We're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So typically we post our schedules over at the Reddit, which is over here at reddit.com/rhackerfrogs. So if you're interested in a Discord, we also have a Discord server. And what are we going to be doing today? So we got 4 topics to go through today, and topic 1 is we're going to be doing some coding. So we're going to be doing some coding over at this CTF website, which is going to be, well, it's basically coming up with some good code to solve some challenges. So we're going to be doing that first for the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour of today's stream, we're going to be doing some classes. We're going to be learning about network hacking. This is session number 2, and we're going to be doing some common network protocols. We're going to be learning how to interact with them. And Stick Lego, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So that's going to be in the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour, we're going to be doing a demonstration. Well, we're not actually doing a demonstration. We're more like taking a look at some challenges. And I think we're going to be doing some reverse engineering challenges over at another website, not RingZeroCTF. We're going to be doing it over at PicoCTF instead, because I saw some good challenges over there for reverse engineering. And the last thing we're going to be doing today is we're going to be taking a look at TryHackMe.com, and we're going to be taking a look at their Advent of Cyber event. It's going to be happening starting on Monday of next week, but in the meantime, we're going to be taking a look at some of the older challenges from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event, and we're going to be talking about a lot of different hacking and cybersecurity concepts. So let's go ahead and Stick Lego says reverse engineering. Let's go. Yeah, we're going to be doing some reverse engineering later. But first of all, we're going to be doing some, coding challenges to start off with. Hold on. Let me set my timer because we need to keep track of time while we're doing our exercises. We typically spend about an hour on each one of our topics, except for the last one, which goes on for a little bit over 2 hours. Okay, so we got 60 minutes on the clock, and what are we doing today? We're starting off with coding. So RingZeroCTF, we're going to be doing some coding over there. And Jason, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so the challenges are over here on RingZeroCTF.com. If you want to join in yourself, RingZeroCTF is a free website, and you can make an account there for free. So we're just going to be doing some coding challenges over here, and we've done 3 of the coding challenges on this website previously. Let's see if we can do a few more of them before we finish off for this particular topic. So let's go ahead and create a new little file for this. And what we like to do is we like to create a little walkthrough whenever we do these challenges, because we try to stay optimistic and we assume that we're going to be able to solve the challenge. And also we also like to do documentation for our challenges. So in cybersecurity, they say that if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So in actual cybersecurity jobs, if you don't document how you did your work, you don't get paid, which would be unfortunate. Okay, so for each one of these challenges, we're going to record the URL of the challenge, the concept we need to understand the challenge, and solve the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, Jason IT Solution says nothing, very busy last few streams. Failed to join. No worries, no worries. Glad to see you've got some time now. Okay, method to solve, and let's see. Somebody, M47, says, saw one of your streams one late night. You were just finishing up. Glad to find you live during the beginning. Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah. So we typically go on for about 5.5 hours or so. And yeah, so this is just the beginning of it. So let's go ahead and solve this challenge. It's called Hashbreaker. So let me just copy this. And I think the actual challenge website should be available to everybody, no matter if you have an account or not. Let me know if you can access that, or let me know if you can access that, rather. Okay, so what does this challenge have us do? So it says you have 3 seconds to break this hash. Send the answer back using HTTP. Okay, so The website that we need to contact is this one over here, which I just sent. And we need to send our response to this website over here. If you want to give this a go yourself, you can go ahead and use that information. So,
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Agent 57, thank you very much for the Hack the Planet redeem. Hack the Planet indeed, my friend. Okay, so the coding challenge, it makes us do an automated hash crack. And let me see what kind of hash this is. I suspect this is an MD5 hash. We could probably find out very easily by using a very popular web app like crackstation.net. So crackstation.net, this is a website where you can plug in hashes, password hashes in this case. Well, we actually don't know if it's a password hash, but it's a hash nonetheless. We can try to see if there's a known value for this, and there is. So this is a SHA-1 hash, and it's a number 55970. If anybody needs the address for the crackstation.net application, there you are. And I'm guessing that each one of these is going to be a SHA-1 hash, but I just need to make sure. So we'll go back to the challenge website and we'll reload it, and we get a different hash. So let me just grab this hash and we'll go back to Crackstation and see if we can crack it. Now they want us to select traffic lights. There's a traffic light, and that one, and I think I see one there. Okay, more traffic lights. Okay, and let's go ahead and crack the hash. Okay, so these are numbers. So these are 4-digit numbers, and they're being hashed in SHA-1. Huh. So here's the difficulty. We need to find some sort of programmatic way of cracking these hashes. Because using Crackstation requires us to solve a CAPTCHA, which means it's probably not the best solution for doing this kind of work. So let's see. So we know that this is a SHA-1 hash. And we're working with Python. So Python crack SHA-1 hash. Let's see what appears. Okay, cracking a SHA-1 hash in Python is typically done using a dictionary attack or brute force attack, as hashing is a one-way function and cannot be reversed directly. So if the pattern holds that these are all 4-digit numbers that are hashed using SHA-1, we can create a dictionary file ourselves. So I'm just going to do a couple more, just so that we know for certain that we're dealing with 4-digit hashed numbers. Okay, let's copy that back to the Crackstation. And we'll just do 2 at the same time so we can save a little bit of time. Okay. And we'll paste this one in too. So let's crack these hashes. So these are all 4-digit numbers that are hashed with SHA-1. So we can work with this. So first of all, we should probably, we can either grab from a file, or we can just define our own list of numbers. I think getting our own list of numbers and embedding it directly into the code is probably the better way to do this. So we can make a list of numbers by doing this in our terminal. So from 1000 to 9999, because we know it's a 4-digit number. Actually, I guess we could also do 0000 to 9999, and I wonder how many numbers this produces. So we're gonna, okay, so let's head this. Okay. So when we run the sequence, we definitely want the leading numbers. So let me get the help for sequence. So format, so use printf style formatting, separator string, and we probably want to separate our strings with, with some commas, because that's the way they do it in Python. So we do the same command, and we also feed it some arguments. So separator is going to be comma, and we also want to do the format. So let me just get a quick sequence command in Linux, prepended zeros. Okay. So there are two primary methods to achieve this using sequence, using the W equal width option. So equal width option, I guess this should work. Let's see if it works. Okay. This is what we want actually. We want to Oh, this is all one line, geez. Okay, so we do get our prepended zero. So that's good. That's good. This is exactly what we want. And we're just going to feed this into our Python script. Okay. Let me just grab all these. This is a little bit unwieldy. But actually, before we do this, let's go ahead and import our previous script. Because we want to be efficient with our code, we're going to be grabbing a previous script to do this one. So let's see, hash me, please hash me again, and hash breaker is the latest one. So we're going to do hash me please. This is just the this is a previous level that we did, and if you want to take a look at the write-up that we did for this is it right here. So we're just going to grab our previous script, and then we're going to be working and modifying it. So let's go into here. Whoops. And we're just going to create a file called RingZero. Actually, we're just going to call this hash break. Hashbreak.py, because the name of the challenge is break the hash. I'm going to paste in the previous code, and then we're going to go in and change a couple of these variables. So the URL that we're contacting in this case is going to be this one over here. So I'm just going to grab that. We're going to go into the URL parameter here, or the variable rather, paste in this one, and the URL that we're going to send the answer to that's also going to be different. So I'm just going to grab the one that we need over here. Okay, and then paste that in. Okay, so get the server response, isolate the data that we want to transform. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to just try to workshop the script here. So when we're workshopping the script, we want to comment out everything else in the script so that it doesn't get in the way. We want to make sure that one step works before we move on to the next step. And I notice we don't have any music right now, so let me go ahead and put on a little bit of music so that it's not just my voice here. You're a little self-conscious when it's just my voice. Let's do some StarCraft music. That's a little loud. Okay, so let's continue then. So isolate the data that we want to transform, and I think this should work because it should be the same kind of format that we did for the first challenge. So what we're doing here is we're just trying to isolate the thing that we want to transform. Zane, hello, nice to see you here. Hopped into stream, waits until you got on stream. This is about to be a fire stream. I hope so, Zane. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're just going to write this out first, and then we're going to run the Python script. Nothing happens. Oh, nothing happens because we didn't give any print statements. So we need to print something out. We're going to print out the formatted item, which is the thing that we want to transform. The formatted item is kind of different. So wait, formatted item equals longest item. Longest item, oh. Okay. So this is why the longest item is this right here. So what we need to do is we need to grab the hash between begin hash and end hash. And I've actually got that in another script. Let me go ahead and grab that code. Just a second. So that was in HashMe again. Okay, and there was like a function that we ran, I think. Oh, not this one. I hate mathematics, this one. Okay, so this one over here, begin string and end string, we're going to run a little function to grab out the information we want. It's a bit much, but it gets the job done, which is what we really want. Okay, let's go back down here. We can put these together. So begin string, begin message, end string, end message. We're just trying to grab the text in between those two things. And let me just make sure that that's what we want. So begin hash and end hash. This is slightly different. So we'll go in here, so begin hash and end hash. Okay, and then we're grabbing everything between these two lines, begin hash and end hash, and then let's see if we can just get the hash value first before we proceed. Alright, so isolate the data we want to transform. So text equals response.text, and then text list. We don't need to get the text list in this case, we just need to run the function that we define up here. So up here we've got a extract between function. We just need to run the thing. Okay, so let's call this extracted text. Or extracted, let's just call this the hash, because this is what results after it's done. So let's see, let's just call this extracted hash. It's got a little more description to it. And this is a result of extract between of the text, start string, and end string. So the start string and end string are called begin string and end string. Okay, and then we'll print it out. We'll print out the extracted hash. Okay, write that out, and then go back, run the thing. Okay, so it's almost what we want, except that we got some extra stuff here. So we got these BR tags. So we just need to strip these out. What's the easiest way to do this? So the easiest way is probably to turn this into a list. So, what would the easiest way to clean this up be in Python? We could probably turn into a list first. So extracted replace. So replace white space ID3 sec. Hello, nice to see you here. Replace. Maybe. We could also split this into a list and then get certain elements. I mean, that's probably the easiest way for me to do it is just to do it like that. So extracted So extracted chunk equals this thing, and then we're going to define the... we're going to turn this into a list. So extracted list equals extracted chunk dot split. So split will split everything between the spaces. So if we do that, and then we print the extracted list, let's see what happens. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 items in the list. So the thing we want is this right here. But we also need to do, what is it, string slicing to get rid of these things. So we need to get rid of the last 3 characters here. So extracted list and extracted hash equals extracted list element minus 2. So element minus 2 is the actual hash. And then we need to do something else to it. So extracted list element minus 2, but we also need to string slice it. So I mean, I don't want to do it in so many. Formatted hash equals extracted hash, and then we do stop at -3. Let's see what happens when we do this. Okay, print out the extracted hash. Or the formatted hash. ID3sec says I do something like replace comma, replace BR. Replace comma and replace BR. So if we do it that way, I mean, I guess we could do that, because originally what it looks like is it looks like this, but we've got some BR tags. There's no commas in there, but there are spaces. Replace the spaces. I guess we could do replace spaces and replace BR tags. So dot replace. But let's see if this method works. It should work. It's just a little bit verbose. Okay, so this gets just the hash. I'm just gonna make sure that we're cutting it correctly by doing a little test like this. Okay, so it does need to be -3 here, but we could also do it. We can see if we can do it the other way as well. Let me go ahead and comment all this out. So extracted chunk. Let me comment this out, and we'll try it ID3sec way. So first of all, let's print that out. Extracted hash dot replace BR and strip. Okay, so let's give it a go. So let's call this formatted. Formatted hash equals extracted chunk dot replace spaces and replace spaces with nothing, and dot replace BR with nothing. Okay, and let's see what happens now. Oh, am I right? I'm printing out the wrong thing. I should be printing out formatted hash. And I spelled formatted wrong. Nope, that's not right either. Format, is it with double T's? Print formatted hash. Okay. Well, I mean, it got rid of... But Ronan also suggested the dot split. So replace the spaces with nothing, replace the BR tag with nothing. Oh, the BR tag looks different now. Hold on. Anar the G says, do you think it's possible to get a pen test job role without knowing how to code? Without knowing how to code? Yeah, I mean, you can do web app pen testing without knowing how to code. Oh, awesome. But something tells me that there's still something in here. But we probably want to do the dot split as well. And can we add dot split to the end of this? Dot strip. Let's see if this works. So Anwar the G says, asks if you can get a pentest job without knowing how to code. You can. You can definitely get a pentest job without knowing how to code, but knowing how to code will make you a better pentester. But you can. The answer is yes. Okay, so I mean, this works. Let's do it this way then. Let's do it this way. Let's get rid of the other thing, and then we'll move on to the next step. So the next step that we need to do is we need to convert the string to bytes, because when we do our hashing, we definitely need to. When we do our hashing, we have to feed in bytes, not strings. So we convert the string to bytes. So formatted item.encode. Let's just call this formatted hash.encode. Okay, and then we run the hash function on the data. So running the hash function on the data, before we go too far into this, we need to create our list of possible numbers. So the list of possible numbers, let's create it again. So it's sequence 0000 to 9999, and we need to do a separator, which is that, and we need to make it even width. Okay, so this is what we got. We need to go up to the top, we need to grab this entire list of numbers, and then we need to paste it into our code. Where is it? Okay, here it is. This is taking a little while. We should be done in 2 or 3 seconds. Okay, we got our big list of numbers, and we're just going to define that up at the top over here. List O numbers equals a list with all this stuff in it. Okay. This should be proper format for Python. But you know what? This might be really slow. This might not work because we're doing too much brute forcing here. And George says, what are you coding, bro? Yeah, we're just working on a code that does some automated hash cracking. And so this is the page that we need to contact. it gives us a hash. We need to crack the hash, and then we need to send back the answer. So because we've only got 3 seconds to do this, I don't think we're going to be able to do it, because it takes a little while to try each one of those hashes. The way we need to do this is we need to get some like multi-threading or something involved, but we'll work on that afterwards. Because it's definitely this will get the job done eventually, but I don't think it'll be able to get the job done in time, because we only have 3 seconds. Okay, so run the hash function on the data. So in this case, the hashes that are involved are SHA-1 hashes. We saw that all of the examples it gave us were SHA-1 hashes, and we'll just go back and we will do hashlib SHA-1. Thank you very much for following, George. Thank you very much. Nice to see you here. Let me give you a hack the planet, because that's how we do it over here.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so before we do this, let's just see if we can get a loop going on this. So run the hash function on the data, and run the hash function on the data and match it with the numbers. Okay, so the hash digest, we're going to try printing that out. Print hex digest. Alright, and let's see what happens then. Nice code. It's actually pretty wonky code, but leading zeros in decimal literal leading zeros in decimal integer literals are not permitted. Okay, use a 0 for octal integers. Okay, so leading zeros are not allowed, so we need to interpret these as strings. So how do we stringify everything in the list? Or how do we, I mean, the other way we could do this is we could wrap these. Hey, Abbas Tulgay, hello, nice to see you here. And welcome, and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so sequence, the sequence command can be used to generate a list of numbers. I mean, okay, the other way we could do this is, how can we just, we could probably do it with the range function, right? That's probably, well, that might be the better way to do this. So Python create numbers with leading zeros to string in range function. Let's see if we can get a good answer out of this. So to generate a sequence of numbers from the range function and format them as strings with leading zeros in Python, one can utilize the f strings or the string.format method within a loop or list. So what do we got here? So start, stop, width, total width of the string, for number in range, start, stop, formatted string equals this thing, print formatted string. I mean, this looks like a pretty nifty little function if it works. Let's give this a try. So this is us creating a list of numbers. So the list of numbers here, I guess we can get rid of it. And we'll just define some other stuff here. So start number, stop number, and the width of the numbers. So we want it to be 4, including the leading zeros. So in this case, we're going to start with the number 0, and we're going to stop with the number 9999. Okay, so after that, we'll get the actual function that we're going to be using to... Actually, no, it's already here. Okay, so for number in range, start, stop, but we renamed these, so it's start num, stop num. Actually, no, we don't need to rename these. Formatted string equals f formatted string, okay, with 0 with d. I'm not completely comfortable. Okay, so width is width. Okay, so width is inserted in here. So 4 0 4 d, and all of this is inside of number. Big Fat Chicken, hello, nice to see you here. Sack3000 says, nice Nano text editor. Yeah, thank you. I like using Nano. It's very, very simple, and I don't do a lot of coding, so I haven't bothered installing other text editors or other coding environments on my Kali Linux machine here. Okay, print formatted string. So print the thing. So this will print the thing. So let's see if just this thing works. So for number and range, print the thing. We'll go back in here, we'll run Python, start is not defined. Start is not defined. Oh. This is a for loop. We got for number in range, start, stop. Formatted string equals this. It says start is not defined. Okay, so we do need to define this then. So start num and stop num. Okay, let's try it again. Which country are you from? Asks Saki. I'm from Canada. Unterminated, triple quoted, string literal. Okay. Okay. We need to comment out everything down here. Okay, and let's try it again. You're from India. No worries. Welcome in. Eric's asks, what is the start num variable for? So we're trying to create a list of numbers because we're trying to find the value of a hash. So the hash over here is every time we reload this page, they're going to give us a different hash. We figured out that all of these hashes correspond to 4-digit numbers. So what we need to do is we need to find out which 4-digit number is being sent to us, and then we need to send back we need to crack the hash with the 4-digit number, and we need to send the 4-digit number back. Okay, so Saki says it's 5:07 a.m. in my country. Oh, awesome. Well, good morning to you. Big Fat Chicken says it's 1:38 here. Big Fat Chickens, you must be in Europe somewhere. That's my guess. Okay, and let's run the code. Okay, so we got the code. Well, the code is creating the numbers. So we just need to adjust this a little bit so that it creates strings. So we got the formatted strings. The formatted string should be a string, yeah? And then we need to populate our list with it. So our number list is going to be an empty list. We need to populate this thing. So num list dot append formatted string. Okay, and then after this is all done, we will print out the number list. Okay, let's see if it works out. Yes. Okay, this is exactly what we want. Good. All right, so we can continue now. Okay, so we populate the list over here, and then we grab the hash, and then we need to figure out how to identify the thing. So run the hash function on the data and match it with the numbers. We need to figure it out. Javad, hello, nice to see you here. Why not create a dictionary and just look up the hash in it? Create a dictionary and then look up the hash in it. It didn't include 9999. Oh, that's... Huh, okay. I guess, it didn't include 9999. That's because whenever we run the range, it has to be the stop number plus... Well, let's do the stop number plus 1 over here for the number in range. Okay, and then... You know what, Javad, that's actually a very good... That's a very good solution, actually. So why not create the dictionary and just look up the hash in it? Yeah, that's a very good solution. I think we should do that. We should do it that way. Because that means we don't need to spend a lot of time actually running the hash functions. Okay, so how will we get that done? So we've got the number list here, and then we need to create another function which creates the dictionary. So number list. I'm actually kind of curious whether or not it's the string that is being hashed, or if it's the literal number that's being hashed. Because let's see. Because we got SHA-1 sum, we can use this to do SHA-1. And if we do this on 0000, actually we feed this in. We do echo 0000, and then we pipe it into SHA-1 sum. Then we get this, but we also get this this ugly looking minus sign over here. So one of the results that we had over here was for 2273. So I'm going to grab 2273, and I'm just going to make sure that this is what we're looking for. So let's echo it in. .303. Is this 303.4e? 303.4e. So this is, yeah, this is what we're looking for. We're looking for the hash between the string of the number, not the literal number. Well, I mean, don't think we could do it on the literal number. Oh, wait, it's the same thing. That's interesting. So the string of the number and the literal number, I guess it's interpreted as the same thing. Okay, so Javad suggested creating a dictionary, and creating the dictionary, but that takes up a lot of time as well. Creating the dictionary inside of the code, it might take more than 3 seconds, but it is the big issue with this challenge is that we've got a very strict time limit. So it says you have 3 seconds to break the hash, and we need to send it back. Doing it as a dictionary is probably the better way to do it. If we could create the dictionary before, we need to create the dictionary before running the code. But anyways, let's focus on creating the dictionary first. Okay, so number list, we make the list. And then I guess here, create the number list. And down here, we will create the dictionary of numbers slash SHA-1 hashes. Okay, so for number in number list, num list, we need to turn that thing into bytes first. So convert the string to bytes, and then run the hash function. Let me just... Grabbing it from here is a bit dicey because I grabbed the numbers as well. But let's go back up. Okay, so for number in number list, convert the string into bytes. So bytes data equals number dot encode. Okay, and then run the hash function on the data. Hash object equals hashlib dot SHA-1 bytes data. And hex digest equals this thing. So, I mean, if we're using this to populate another list, in this case, we're making a dictionary. So num hash dictionary is going to be this thing. Okay, sudo Archangel asks, how do you delete from the beginning of the line? How do you delete from the beginning of the line? In Nano? In Nano, to delete the entire line, you go to the beginning of the line and you do Control-K. So Control-K will delete a line. So this one over here, cut. If you're asking another question, let me know, and maybe I might be able to answer the question. So we create our empty dictionary over here. We just need to populate it over in this section. So for number in numList, convert the string to bytes. Convert the string to bytes, and then run the hash function. So how do we do add to a dictionary? Python append to dictionary. So appending to a dictionary typically means adding a new key. Okay, so we can just define the key, right? So we'll try printing the hex digest first, and we'll see if that part of the code works. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so we just did like a hash between all of the numbers and all of the a hash of all the numbers in the number list. So we just need to add to the dictionary. Add the entry to the dictionary. And that's going to be num hash dictionary. number equals hex digest. And then at the end of all that, we're going to print the numhash dictionary. Okay, let's give it a try. Yeah, this seems to work. This works. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, so we're one step closer, and it actually doesn't take very long. This took a lot less time than I thought it would. Okay, so that means isolate the data we want to transform. We got this done. Great. Convert the string to bytes. We don't need to convert the string to bytes. Instead, this step is going to be compare the string. Compare the string to entries in the dictionary. Okay, so this is going to be for key value. Oh, I forgot how to do this comparison between stuff in the dictionary. For key value in numhash dictionary. There's a specific. Actually, I think there's a specific function we can do, right? Little late. Carlo, hello, nice to see you here. Stream happens very late. Jason, are you? Enumerate, okay. Sorry, it's been I have to look this stuff up every time. So let's see, Python, compare string to value in dictionary. To compare a string to a value in a dictionary in Python, you can iterate through the dictionary's item and check if the string matches any of the values. Here's how you can do it. Okay, so my dictionary is this. Search string is New York. Iterating through values. Found in values, false. This seems like a longer way of doing it. Method 2, using the in operator with dictionary values. If search string in my dictionary.values, then print the thing. I think this might be the way we want to do it. Okay, so if search string, well, we're not doing search string. This is, oh, I pasted into the wrong place. Actually, no, that's not it. Yeah, we don't need this part. Okay, so we're doing compare the string to entries in the dictionary. If formatted hash, if the formatted hash is in the, what was it, numhash dictionary, numhash dictionary.values, then print, well, we don't need to print necessarily, but I guess we could. Formatted hash found as a value in the dictionary using in. Using in, well, I mean, I guess we find it here, that's fine, but it doesn't necessarily tell us what, but let's just run the thing. Yeah, found as a value in the dictionary. Yeah, that's expected. And we also need to print out the value of the thing. So for formatted hash in dot values. So dot values, we need to get the key. So Python compares string to value in dictionary, return key. Okay, get key from value, dictionary target string. Okay, for key value in dictionary.items, if value is equal to target string, return key, return key, otherwise return none. Okay, this is we're doing another fun function. Let's go ahead and do that. So compare the string to. Okay, so we generally try to define our functions up at the top of the code before anything else is done. So we'll define our function here. So get key from value. Dictionary target string. For key value in dictionary.items. .items. So we're using .items in this case. Okay. If value equals target string, then return key, return none. So we're just gonna run get key from value as a function call, and we're gonna do it down here. And we're just gonna call this correct hash. Correct hash equals get key from value dictionary target string. So the dictionary in our case is num hash dictionary, and the target string is the formatted hash. Okay, and then let's see if we can print that out. So print correct hash. Okay, so we got the correct hash, and all we need to do is we need to send this back. I mean, I guess we could fancy this up. Well, we don't necessarily want to fancy this up too much. Okay, so the last step is to send the response back to the web page, and we're going to send back the correct hash. So the full URL is send URL plus correct hash. Donamin, just want to say hi and keep it up. Thank you very much, Donamin. Much appreciated. Okay, let's see if we can get the flag. We got the flag. Awesome. Okay, so this gets the flag, and thank you very much to Javad for suggesting creating the dictionary and then looking up the hash inside of it. It's well, probably a much more efficient method than what I was going to do. But yeah, we got there eventually. I guess the one thing that we could do is we could just get the flag. So what we want to do is we want to isolate the flag here. Let's see, NPC Eugenie. Hello, nice to see you here. You're good? Have patience? Let's see. Quickly panic and waste time. No worries, no worries. I mean, we're trying to work through this in very slow and methodical way. That's why we are trying to workshop each step that we're doing inside of the code. This code is not super pretty. It's a bit of a mess, but if it works, it works. I might go ahead and clean this up a little bit later. But I think we can complete the challenge now by going here and submitting the flag. Oh, I have to log in again. Log in. Okay, submit the flag. And done. Great. All right, so before we consider this thing finished, we'll also make our little write-up. Because we definitely want to record the script that we used. And we're going to do it over here. So coding, this one was hash breaker. And we're just going to edit this file. So what do we need to understand in this? Amin Fatah says, it was a month since I last watched you. I have had some free time so I can learn with you guys, but I'm not sure if I can get into cybersecurity or any other field. Any advice? So Amin Fatah, is it good as a hobby to practice cybersecurity? Is it good as a hobby to practice cybersecurity? I think if you're interested in technology, cybersecurity stuff is very interesting, because it's all about learning about how technology can be taken advantage of, and even if you're not working in cybersecurity, like learning some of these skills gets you thinking about how to interact with systems in different ways. I think it's worth it, especially if you're really interested in technology in the first place. But let me put on some different music. Okay, so the concept we needed to understand in this challenge was we needed to understand how to what is it? Compare hash values to known strings, or known data. Comparing hash values to known data. Okay, and we need to know a little bit about the concept of hash cracking. Okay, so we'll be moving on to the next part of the stream in just a second. I just need to document this challenge here. So we are given a web page and asked to crack a hash in the web page's text, let's say. We have to send back the original value of the data before the hashing. The hashing method used is SHA-1, and the value of the data is 4-digit numbers. We confirm this by cracking a few of the hashes using the CrackStation web app. This script will compare the hash against a dictionary of known hashes that we create within the script. Okay, let's go ahead and plug in the code and commit it, and we'll be finished with this challenge. Okay, let's move on. Everybody, we're going to be doing... Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. GamesGVG, thank you. Okay, let's move on to the second topic of today's stream. So the first topic is done, second topic is here, third topic is on deck. All right, so for this next topic, we're going to be using TryHackMe. If you don't have an account over at TryHackMe and you want to follow along with us, you can make one for free over here. But otherwise, we're going to be starting our lesson. So the lesson we're doing today is, let's get rid of this stuff. Okay, and everybody, if you're wondering what links we're using for our lesson today, you can find them all over at the GitHub page over here. But without further ado, I will start our timer, 60 minutes. We shouldn't have to take a full 60 minutes to do the topic, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, everybody, this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool. This is network hacking session number 2. So this is a course that is designed to teach people how to get into beginner level network hacking exercises, the type of exercises that you might see on Hack the Box or TryHackMe. And it's basically doing hacking against remote servers on the network. So this is the second session for network hacking. Let's go over the concepts we covered in the previous session. So in the previous session, and if you want to take a look at the previous session, you can go back to the previous live stream and go to the second hour of the stream. That's when we typically do our HackerFrogs AfterSchool lessons. So in the previous session, we talked about ping sweeping. So ping sweeping is the act of sending ping packets to each address on the network range for the purpose of determining which IP addresses are online. So the first thing you need to do when you do network hacking is you need to identify which targets are on the network and if you can communicate with them. Because if you can't communicate with a remote target, you can't hack it, and that'd be very sad. We also learned about the ping command. The ping command is the most common way that we determine connectivity between two network devices. So if you try to ping a machine on the network and you're not able to get traffic back or a response, that means that you can't contact the target. So the ping command is a very important command for figuring out if you can talk to a remote server. Okay, and we learned about looking up your networking info with the IP and ifconfig commands. So you can get your own machine's networking info with a couple of different commands, but they're relatively easy to use. There's the IPA command and the ifconfig command. So I can just show everybody what it looks like over here. So if I type IPA, I get a list of information about my networking interfaces. So I've got a bunch of different networking interfaces on this machine, but for each one of these interfaces, there's an IP address, or at least there should be an IP address. So if you know what your IP address is on the network, then you can, if you somehow get control over a remote server, you can have the remote server contact you on the network. And this is why you need to know about this stuff. Dan Kiako, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? It's been a little while since I've seen you in the stream, but here's a Nyan Cat just for you. Okay, so these are very important commands for figuring out your networking information. And we figured out how to do enumerating open ports with Nmap. So even if you know that there is a remote server on the network somewhere, you need to know what services and ports the remote server is hosting before you can do any attacks against it. So this is where the Nmap program comes into play. Nmap is a very common network security tool that can be used to determine which networking ports and services are open on these remote servers. So in this session, we're going to be covering some different stuff. Denkiatoko says, kind of busy preparing for a certification. No worries, no worries. I hope you're studying well. So today we're going to be talking about a few different common networking services and how to interact with them. So even if we're defined some sort of service that is running on a remote server, if we don't know how to interact with the services normally, it would be kind of difficult to hack against those services. So we're just going to learn how to interact with them normally before we learn how to hack them. So we're going to be covering 3 services: the FTP service, which is a file share service, the SMB service, which is another file share service, and the Telnet service, which is kind of a old-fashioned remote login tool. Okay, so we're going to be doing this through TryHackMe, and we're going to be accessing a TryHackMe room to learn about common networking services. We're going to be using the Advent of Cyber room from, I think it's like 2019, but it's this one over here. So after you logged in to TryHackMe, you want to go to this link. Let me grab the link for everybody over here. And after you access it, you want to go over to task number 11. So I'll illustrate this over here. So TryHackMe. Okay, and let's see. It looks like I'm not logged in. Let me log in then. I gotta get my email address and whatever. Just a second, everybody. I need to grab my credentials for TryHackMe. Okay, and then TryHackMe, huh? I think this should be my password. Just a second. Oh, this is sign up. Never mind. I don't want to sign up. I want to log in. Okay, let's try signing in. All right, it looks like I didn't have to look up my password after all. What a letdown. Okay, so the room we're looking at is 25 days of cybersecurity. And let me go ahead and reset my progress on this room, because I want to show everybody what it looks like when you, oh, I haven't joined the room before. Okay, so this is what it looks like when you first join the room. You need to click on the green button to get access to the materials. So click on join room over here. And after you've done that, you want to go over to task number 11. It says anyone can be Santa. Let me just double check that we're doing task 11. So challenge 1 is TryHackMe 25 days of cybersecurity, task number 11 FTP. Okay, so after you get onto this page, join the room and then click on task 11. And it says day 9, anyone can be Santa. So there's a bunch of story stuff associated with this room. You don't need to worry about any of this right now. You just need to click on the green start machine button. So click into task number 11, and then on the right hand side of the screen, click on start machine. So that's going to start the virtual machine that we need to use to solve these challenges. So after that's done, we're going to access this machine using the TryHackMe attack box. So what you want to do, after you click on the start machine button, it should turn gray. After that, go up to the top of the page, and then underneath the little icon here, there's this button here labeled start attack box. This will start up the machine that we're going to be using to interact with the other virtual machine. So click on that. Let's see, Bit008 says, Advent of Cyber is coming. You also have a typo in the reverse for the next topic. Thank you very much for letting me know about that. Jason says, I watch and listen to Darknet Diaries, but I don't understand everything. Okay, that's, well, I mean, it really depends on the episode of Darknet Diaries. So each episode of Darknet Diaries is more or less technical, depending on what the episode content is. But Jason's talking about Darknet Diaries, which is a really popular cybersecurity podcast. If you've never listened to it before, it's a really good introduction to cybersecurity, and it tries to introduce it in a very, very easy to understand way. What I recommend, like most of the episodes from the first couple of years, so it's everything after everything before episode 50 or so, they're really, really good episodes. Not that the later episodes are really bad, it's just that I really like the earlier stuff. Anyways, let's go back. Okay, so this attack box, it should be finished initializing in about a minute or so, but yeah, in the meantime, we can talk about what the FTP protocol is and how we're going to be interacting with it. Okay, so FTP, this service is the File Transfer Protocol service. So the FTP service is a common networking service which allows users to upload and download files. So typically, FTP is found on TCP port number 21. You're not necessarily going to see port 20 being used because it's only opened up while files are being transferred. But normally when you do an Nmap scan and you see TCP port number 21, that's going to be the FTP service. So the main purpose of FTP is to do file transfer and file storage. So accessing to FTP, we can access the FTP service through the FTP client program, which can sometimes accept anonymous login. So when we interact with these services, typically there are different client programs that we can use We can use different client programs we can use to interact with the service. Okay, Jason says, do you also know the Dark Side Diaries Twitch channel? Yeah. So Dark Side Diaries is a channel on Twitch which shows cybersecurity stuff. So I mean, I could probably bring it up real quick. Dark Side Diaries, and I'll just give everybody the link. This channel is usually broadcasting a bunch of cybersecurity talks from or cybersecurity documentaries. It's pretty good. Okay, but let's go back to the TryHackMe page. So the TryHackMe page is finished loading. So on the right-hand side of the screen here, this is the attack box. So the attack box, we're going to click into it, and we're going to dismiss this window by hitting enter. So on the attack box, there are a bunch of different cybersecurity tools, but more importantly, this attack box is connected to the machine that we started up, and you can see this information for the machine we started up over here. It should be AOC 20 CMN FTP, and it's going to have an IP address. So the IP address here, you need to keep this in mind. And let's practice our network enumeration here for just a second. So in the attack box, we can start up a terminal. There are a bunch of different shortcuts we can use to do that. I'm just going to double click on this one. And then we've got a prompt as the root user. So what we can do is we can do some enumeration against this remote server. So we're just going to do some ping first. Oh, not pring, but ping. Ping C4 1065 163.5. Okay. And we see here that we're getting responses back from the remote server, which means that we can talk to it. Show to hello, nice to see you here. Hello. And Postman RIP compromised by SHA-1 Hulud. Postman. I don't use Postman, but I'm guessing that it's very common for people who do app development to use Postman for like API stuff. Normally when I do API stuff, I'm using either like a fuzzing tool or I'm using a proxy like Burp Suite. But I know a lot of people like using Postman. Anyways, so now that we know that we can communicate with the server, we can do Nmap scan against the server as well. So we can do Nmap 1065.163.5, and this lets us know that there are 2 ports open on the server. So there's the FTP service that we were supposed to be interacting with, and the SSH service. So the SSH service is remote login, and the FTP service is file transfer. So what we can do is we can use the FTP program to interact with the FTP service. So we just type in FTP and then the IP address. Okay, so just give that command, and then it's going to ask us for a name. So if we don't know a name for FTP, a lot of FTP servers allow anonymous login, which means we can just type in our name as anonymous. And now we're logged in. It says login successful. And from here, we can give our FTP commands. So FTP commands are very similar to Linux commands. We can do ls to see what's in the directory here. NPC says insomnia. Insomnia is I'm not too sure. Are you talking about insomnia or something else? Bit says was just talking about the latest worm that exposed a lot of AWS credentials. Postman, npm, npm packages. I hear there's a lot of npm attacks. npm is a package manager used by Node.js, I think, and apparently it's been a vector for a lot of what are they called? They're called something chain attacks, supply chain attacks. So this is where you compromise something that is being used by your software instead of the software directly. But yeah, okay, so we're in FTP now, and when you're logged into FTP, you can take a look at what's in the directory with the ls command, and then from there you can download the files. So here we've got a bunch of different directories in here as well, and we can enter those directories with the cd command, just like on a Linux system. So cd backups, and then take a look at what's in this directory. There's nothing in this directory. So we can also take a look at hidden files, and we can show everything in list form by using ls-la, just like in Linux. So there's nothing in here. Okay, so we can back out. And Felipe Ruiz. Felipe, please tell me if I'm pronouncing that name correctly. Thank you. One of the better executed hacks nowadays. I mean, true. Hacks don't necessarily need to be super clean, but it's nicer when they are. Anyways, so ELF workshops, we got human resources. I think there's only one directory in here that has anything in it. So we can enter this directory, the public directory. So cd public, and then let's take a look at what's inside here with the ls command. Okay, we've got a backup.sh script, and we also have a shoppinglist.txt file. So we can download these by using the get command. So you type in get and then space, and then the name of the file we want to get. So in this case, we're going to get backup.sh. That's going to download the file. We can also download the shoppinglist.txt file. So get space. So bit008 says, do you have a link on it? You mean a link for this room? This room's link is this one right here. Or are you talking about something else? Okay, so we can also get the shoppinglist.txt file. So get shoppinglist.txt, and that downloads that file. So another thing that we can do in FTP is we can upload files. Let me see if we've got write permissions in here. So it looks like we've got write permissions in this directory. So we know that we can tell what permissions our user has by taking a look at the file permissions over here. So we've got read, we've got write, and we've got execute. And it looks like these are all enabled for the public directory. So we're just going to exit out of the FTP program for right now. And we can take a look at the two files that we downloaded. So cat backup.sh, and it looks like there's some sort of, this is a bash script. So a bash script is basically a way to run a bunch of commands in Linux by running the script command. So this one is going to create backups to include the date, the month, and the year, and then back up the FTP folder and store in Elf McEager's home directory. So this is what this command does. Okay, So the other thing is the shoppinglist.txt file. So we'll take a look at that by using the cat command to read it. The Polar Express movie. Has anybody here seen that movie? I haven't seen that movie before. But anyways, we can start answering some of the questions under task number 11 now. So we'll go down to the bottom. And if you're interested in a much more in-depth explanation as to what the FTP protocol is and how to interact with the service, you can go ahead and read all the materials here. We're just going to answer the questions. Okay, name the directory on the FTP server that has data accessible by the anonymous user. So we used anonymous access to access FTP. And in this case, we were looking inside of, which directory was it? The public directory. So public is the answer here. Okay. And what script gets executed within this directory? So we downloaded the script from that directory called backup.sh. So that's the answer here. Okay, and the third question is, what movie did Santa have on a Christmas shopping list? So we read the shoppinglist.txt file, and there is the Polar Express movie. Okay. Question 4 says, re-upload this script to contain malicious data and output the contents of root slash flag. Interesting. Note that the script that we uploaded may take a minute to return a connection. If it doesn't after a couple of minutes, double check that you have set up the netcat listener on your device you're working from. Output the contents of root.flag. I mean, well, I guess we could. That's not exactly part of what we're teaching in today's class, but what we can do is we can demonstrate what it looks like to upload files to FTP. So we could echo out and create a file called, I don't know, hacker.txt, and we'll echo out something like HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, and then we'll see if we can upload this file to the server. So this is all normal operations for FTP. What we need to do is we need to run the FTP command again. So FTP and then the IP address. Let me get that IP address again. Okay, so we FTP in, FTP space IP address. Okay, Jason asks, how good is passive learning in cybersecurity? Passive learning? I mean, I assume what you mean by passive learning is reading articles or textbooks and watching videos. I prefer active learning, but there's a role for passive learning as well. It's just that I prefer active learning to passive learning. So active learning is getting hands on keyboard and doing stuff for yourself, demonstrations or CTF exercises. It's how I prefer to do it. Okay, so the name here is going to be anonymous again. And then we're going to try to put a file inside of the public directory here. Ahmed says, hello, bro. Hello, Ahmed. Nice to see you here. Jason says, listening to podcasts. I mean, I think listening to podcasts is a pretty good supplement to learning cybersecurity as well, because, you know, you can listen to podcasts while doing other stuff, like going for a walk or exercising or anything else like that, or, you know, chores like washing the dishes. Let's move inside the public directory and then let's upload that file. So to upload the file, we would use the put command. So put and then space and then the name of the file you want to upload. So in this case, it's going to be the, what was it, hacker.txt? Oh yeah, okay. So hacker.txt, we created that file and now we've uploaded it. So just to make sure that the file uploaded correctly, we now see that the hacker.txt file is in the FTP directory here. So awesome, that worked. So we're just going to get out of here. I wonder if we can really quickly get the contents of root/flag.txt. Let's get out of here. I don't know if we have enough time. We still have 2 other protocols to go through. Okay, Felipe says, I'm watching this type of content like write-ups or something like that. I learn a lot by doing that. I think when you're beginning especially, it's good to watch people do walkthroughs. And after the walkthroughs are over, try going ahead and going in yourself to do the same things. You definitely want to challenge yourself more after you've got a grasp of how to do the stuff through the walkthroughs. Eventually, you'll be able to do challenges without watching walkthroughs or getting any help. But especially when you're beginning, it really helps to watch people complete the tasks and try to understand how exactly they did it. Okay, let's go back to FTP. So we're done with FTP. We're going to be doing the next protocol now. So common FTP commands. So you've got your ls, your cd, your get, your put, and your quit. So if you know these commands, you're going to be okay starting out with FTP. So ls is going to get the directory contents. CD is going to let you change directories. So if you want to back out of a directory, it's going to be, wrong tab. So if you want to how do you spell anonymous? Anonymous. Okay, so after you enter into a directory, say we enter the public directory, the way we back out of the directory is do cd ... So ... refers to the directory above this directory. So after we do that, we come back to the place we were before. So if we go into backups, for example, we see that there's nothing in here. We want to back up. We do cd space ... and then we go back to our original directory. Okay. And yeah, so the get command is going to download a file, the put command is going to upload a file, and the quit command is going to exit the program. Usually inside of terminal programs, either quit or exit will achieve the same thing. And let's move on to the next protocol. So the next task is SMB, which is task number 12. So this is the next task. So to access this, you go back to the same room that we were doing before, but before we do that, we're going to go up to the top of the room over here, and we're going to terminate this machine because TryHackMe doesn't like you to run too many of these virtual machines at once. What you want to do is you want to go up to the top, and then you want to click on the terminate button. Terminate. Okay, and then after that, go down to task number 12. So this is task number 12. Don't be elfish. Don't be selfish. And you want to click on the green start machine button one more time. Jason says I will begin. Oh, you'll begin your certification tomorrow or something else? Okay, so task number 12, you want to click on the green start machine button again. And this is going to start up the virtual machine we're going to be interacting with. We just need to wait about a minute or so. The IP address that the IP address for the room is going to appear here after a minute or so. Oh, time to sleep. Okay. No worries. Nice to see you here, Jason IT, and hope to see you again next time. Okay, so from here, you'll notice that the FTP connection probably disconnected. That's fine. We're going to be using the same terminal, only we're going to be interacting with a different machine this time. Just need to wait a little bit. But in the meantime, we can talk a little bit about the SMB protocol and how it's different from the other protocol we were looking at. So let's take a look at the SMB protocol. SMB, this service, it stands for the server message block. So the service name is SMB, server message block. It is commonly assigned to TCP ports 445 or 139. And the main purpose for this particular protocol is to do file sharing and printer sharing. Eric says, what was the answer to the last question? So we might be able to come back to the last question later, but there's two more protocols we need to cover first. We might be able to do the last question after we've wrapped up everything else. Okay, so the SMB server service is a file and printer sharing service that is most commonly associated with the Windows OS. So SMB, it's very, very common to Windows machines, but for Linux machines, you don't see it as much. You can see it sometimes, but it's very, very heavily associated with Windows. Okay, accessing SMB. So on Linux, we can access SMB shares through the SMB client program. So we can use the SMB client program to interact with the SMB service if we find it on our remote server. The thing that we want to do first, though, is we want to figure out what the names of the file shares are on the SMB service before we do this. We can do this through what is called SMB enumeration, and there's a certain tool on security versions of Linux called enum for Linux that we can use to do this. Before we can connect to SMB, we have to specify a share to connect to, and we can use another program, enum for Linux, to do this. So let's go ahead and go back to the machine. So in the machine, we've got our IP address for this machine. So the machine should be called AOC20 CMN SMB, and the IP address is over here. So we're just going to run enum for Linux, enum for Linux on this IP address. So 10.65.188.93. So your IP address is going to be different from my IP address. You should use your own IP address. Okay, so when you run enum for Linux, it runs a bunch of different checks against the SMB service. And over here it says enumerating work group and domain. And let's see, it looks up a bunch of different stuff. And it checks whether or not we can log in using without using any username and password. It looks like we can. It gives us the domain name for this. And it gives us information about the OS that is running the service, and it also gives us usernames. So we see that there's an account called Elf McSkitty, an account called Elf McEager, and an account called Elf McElferson. Cool. And we also see the share names over here. Okay, Mark Jomo, hello, nice to see you here. First time. I like it here. Often do you do this? Is there like a schedule? Yeah, so we've got a schedule over at our Reddit, and if you're interested, you can always find it over at the Reddit over here. We also have a Discord. We publish our schedules to the Discord as well. Okay, so we've got the share names over here. So the important things that we need to do when we interact with SMB is figure out which file shares are on the system so that we can connect to them. If we don't know the names of the file shares, we can't connect to them. So yeah, that's what we need to do. We also need to figure out which ones we have read and write access to. So it says here attempting to map shares. So mapping denied for these two shares, but we've got mapping and listing for this share. So TBFC-Santa, and this is the share we're going to be interacting with. So I'm just going to copy that. And then going down to the bottom. So there's a bunch of information here. We don't need all of it, but it does give us a lot of information. Okay. So if we know that this is the share, and I'll share this with everybody in chat as well. Just keep in mind that you're going to need to replace the IP address here with your own IP address. we can use SMB client to access the share. We just need to give this command. I do believe the -n with the SMB client command is to run it without giving a username or password. Okay, so we're logged into SMB now, and SMB is a little bit different. Actually, apparently you can use the ls command, but you can also use the dir command, which is the common way to get the directory contents inside of Windows command prompt. NPC asks, how do you make a schedule? Do you add things in your schedule from your subscribers as well? Yeah, I mean, if you've got some suggestions for what you want to see in the schedule, you can always suggest them inside of the Reddit or inside of the Discord. I'll give it a consider whether or not I want to put your suggestions in. If they work out, then I can certainly do stuff that you all want. So FL Dreams says, I'm going to join your lives more often. I'm getting through the videos that you sent for us beginners. I'm kind of a beginner. Oh, awesome, awesome. Good to hear, FL Dreams. Okay, so the dir command lets us see what's inside the directory here. This is pretty similar to FTP. You've got some directories here. You can download items, you can upload items, and the commands are actually identical. In this case, you can use the get command to download items. And in this case, we've got a few different files. We got our jingle tunes and we've got our note from McSkitty. So let's go ahead and download those files. So get jingle tunes and get jingle tunes. Oh, jingle tunes is a directory. Never mind. Okay, you can't get directories. And we've also got our note from McSkitty. So we can enter into the directory by using the cd command, cd jingle tunes. And let's see if there's anything in here. So there's nothing in here. Okay, well, we can back out using cd ... And then we can take a look again. So it looks like the only file that we can get from this file share is note from McSkitty.txt. So we're just going to get note from McSkitty.txt to download that file. Okay, and then we will exit from the file share and we can read that file. So let's just use the cat command to read that note. It says, "Hi Santa, I decided to put all of your favorite jingles onto this share, allowing you to access it from anywhere you like. Regards, Elf McSkitty." Okay, so we could probably use this information to answer some questions. So let's go back down to task number 12. So as usual, they've got a bunch of information about the SMB protocol and how it's used. So the short and long of it is that SMB is used to share files between networked computers, especially networked Windows computers. Okay, thank you very much for the follow, Father Anolev. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so question 1. Using enum for Linux, how many users are there on the Samba server? So when we're talking about SMB, when you're using the Linux version of SMB, it uses a program called Samba to serve the files. So how many users are there on the Samba server? So we can run the enum for Linux command again, and we're going to count the number of users. We know the number of users, but let's just get that stuff again. So back up to the top, it is here. So we find 3 different users, 1, 2, 3. The answer is 3. Okay, so question number 2, how many shares are there on the Samba server? So the different file shares, whether or not we can actually access them, they're different. They're basically different directories we can move inside of. Well, shares can have a bunch of different directories in them, but they're different little partitions. So in this case, we got 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4. Okay, use SMB client to try to log into the shares on the Samba server. Which share doesn't require a password? So let's see. Enum for Linux knows which one we can do mapping for and listing for. And typically, we're not able to do mapping or listing for these file shares unless there's anonymous access, because we're not supplying a username and password. So this is the one that doesn't require the password. TBFC. TBFC Santa. Okay. The last question is, log onto the share. What directory did Elf McSkitty leave for Santa? What directory did Elf McSkitty... Which directory? Hold on. Let's go back. So we downloaded that file. It was called Note from McSkitty. So let's read it again. Okay. I decided to put all of your favorite jingles onto this share. What directory did Elf McSkitty leave for Santa? I think it was like jingles or something like that. We can log back into the SMB share to find out. So it's SMB client / the server name, and then one more slash, and then the name of the file share, and -n to indicate that we're not going to be logging in with the username password. Okay. So you can also type in the word help to get all of the possible commands on the server as well. You don't necessarily need to know all of these commands, but you can get a list of them with the help command. Okay, and we got jingle tunes. So this is probably the name of the directory that we're looking for. Jingle tunes. Okay, awesome. So we got one more. Okay, we'll do a short review of SMB. If there's anything you don't understand about what is happening in the demonstration here, let us know. We'll try to answer your questions as best we can. So the common SMB commands that you would typically use is something like dir to list out directory contents, cd to change the directory, get to download a file, and put to upload a file, and then exit to exit the program. So this is very, very similar to the FTP command, or the FTP service rather. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to be talking about the Telnet service. So let's move on to task number 15. So back at TryHackMe, we need to shut down the machine. I'm going to go up to the top of the page. We're going to terminate this machine, and then we're going to access task number 15. So 15 is here, and we're going to start up this machine. So after you click into task 15, click on Start Machine. Okay, so it should take about a minute or so for the machine to start up and for us to be able to access it. So before we access the machine, let's just talk a little bit about this last protocol that we're going to be using. So Telnet, which stands for Telecommunications Network, this is it's not a very common protocol anymore. Telnet is an old-fashioned way that people used to log in before secure login programs were a thing. So the Telnet service is usually on port number 23, TCP port number 23 on a remote server. And the main purpose of it is to provide remote login. So it basically lets people log into a server and run a bunch of commands on it. Telnet is a service that allows remote terminal login, and it is the predecessor of the SSH service. So these days, you don't see very much Telnet on remote servers. You see a lot more SSH. And the reason is because Telnet is not encrypted. So Telnet, because it's unencrypted, it means that anybody who is listening to the traffic going back and forth between the servers. When Telnet is involved, they can see everything that's going on. As opposed to SSH, where if somebody were to intercept your traffic, they wouldn't see anything that they could read. Accessing Telnet. We can access the Telnet service through the Telnet client program. It's a very straightforward program. You just need to type in Telnet and then space and then the IP address. So this is how we do it. So back at the TryHackMe page, type in Telnet, then space, then the IP address. Okay, so it should be this one over here, and the name of the machine should be AOC day 13. So after that, give the command, and hi Santa, we knew you were coming and we wanted to make it easy to drop off presents, so we created an account for you to use. So we got username Santa and Christmas clause Christmas. We left you cookies and milk. Christmas login. So we just use the credentials that were provided here. This is not a secure way to set up your Telnet service, by the way. You shouldn't include valid credentials on your login screen. Santa and clause Christmas. So when you type in your password, you're not going to see any output here. This is on purpose. You just need to know that when you're dealing with Linux, when you type in your password, you don't see anything appear on the screen. Did I type that in wrong? Oh, I typed it in wrong. Okay. Santa. Ooh, logged out. Okay. Sir in for hat. Sir in for hat. Hello, nice to see you here. So happy that I'm awake. I would have missed this. Hey, nice to see you here, Sir in for hat. Okay, let's try that again. So Santa. So a better way to put in your passwords in Linux is to copy and paste. So copy, then paste, then hit enter. Okay, now we're logged in. This lovely ASCII Christmas tree over here. And so when you log in through Telnet, there are a few different variations, but the most straightforward way Telnet works on a server is that it's just like a wrapper for your basic shell. So echo shell. So in this case, this is an SH shell that we're running right here. It basically means that you can run whatever commands you want through this SH shell here. So we are a basic user, and we see here that in this directory, and what directory is this? This is the home Santa directory. There is christmas.sh, so this is a script, and there's also this cookiesandmilk.txt file. So we probably want to access these. So let's take a look. I'm pretty sure you can't directly download this. Sometimes there is this kind of functionality, but I don't think you can do it in this case. But that's fine. The reason why we download the things in the first place using using SMB or FTP is because we can't directly read the stuff while we're inside of the FTP and SMB services. So Ali Brandy asks, what does Telnet do? What does Telnet do? So Telnet it's an old version of, it's an old protocol that is used to log in users. I mean, I think I can explain it a little bit more over here. Okay, so logging into remote servers. So the modern version, the modern protocol that we use to log into remote servers is the SSH service. So SSH stands for Secure Shell. And the Secure Shell service lets you log into a remote server, and it provides an encrypted tunnel for you to communicate with the server. So the Secure Shell, this is modern encrypted. the Telnet service, this stands for Telenetwork. This is old and unencrypted, or clear text. So they basically achieve the same thing, only the SSH program is modern and better and encrypted. Telnet is old and unencrypted, and nobody uses it anymore. Not that nobody uses it anymore. You'll still find it on really, really old servers. Basically, raw data. It's I guess that's one way you could put it. But Telnet is, you'll still find it every once in a while on like really, really old servers. So if you were to do like a networking test, network security testing on like really, really old machines, then you might see this protocol. And if you see it, it's usually a sign that there's going to be some really, really old stuff on the server, and that it might be vulnerable. Okay, so let's go ahead and answer some questions. So under task 15, so hi Santa, hop into your sleigh and deploy this machine. Okay, that's done. And then we do port scanning. I mean, I guess we could do port scanning as well. Let's before we do this, let's get out and let's do a port scan against this thing. So nmap against this target, and it tells us that there are 3 services available. So there's SSH, there's also Telnet. That's it's a bit unusual. Usually it's going to be either SSH or Telnet, but in this case they've got both. Okay, and what old deprecated protocol and service is running? That's going to be our Telnet over here. Telnet. Okay, initial access. So connect to the service and see if you can make use of it. You can connect to the service with a standard command line client named after the name of the service, or netcat with syntax like this. So let's go ahead and do that again. What credential was left for you? Credential. So when we're talking about credentials usually refer to the set. So credentials are Santa and Claus Christmas. So in this case, I think they're just looking for the password. Alabrandy says, can you explain how to fully establish a backdoor with the forbidden program? I mean, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it in the time that we have left. But generally, what you want to do is you want to open up a port on the vulnerable server, or well, backdoor is kind of like a general term. Backdoor just means that you establish a way that you can get back onto a server that you compromise. So one way that you could set up a backdoor on a server that you compromise is you could create another user, and then you can just log into that user's account. Another way you could do it is you could expose like a networking service or like a port with the listener that you can connect back to. Or you could set up like a script that connects back to a specific IP address every 5 minutes or every 10 minutes. And you can also make it conditional. But anyways, let's complete the challenge here. What credential is left for you? I think they're looking for Claus Christmas. Okay, enumeration. So it looks like you can slide right down the chimney, log in and take a look around, enumerate a bit. So when we talk about enumerate, it's just a fancy word that means it means to record information about the environment. Okay, so what distribution of Linux and version number is this server running? So I guess we can use this command right here, uname-a, to do that. So let's see, Santa and Claus Christmas. Paste it in, log in again. Okay, so we can run that command, uname.a. It's going to give us the information about this particular host. So Linux Christmas, this is the information about this OS. What distribution of Linux and version number is this server running? So we're looking for a name and then a version number. This is I guess what we want to do is we want to cat out the issue, cat etc issue. Oh. Why did cat issue show this show us this message? So we're looking for so uname is this. It's just called Linux. How many letters are we looking for? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, this is Ubuntu. Okay, so this is an Ubuntu machine. That's a type of Linux, and it's Linux. Which version of Ubuntu is it? Okay, so they're looking for. Oh, they want a version of Ubuntu. Just a second. Let me look that up. Linux Ubuntu versions. Cat release. Okay, okay. That's not very. I'm not very commonly running these commands. Cat etc release. Release. Does it not exist? Nope, doesn't exist. So etc issue doesn't give us anything either. Actually, there's got to be something extra in the uname. Kernel name. Maybe we're looking for the kernel release. So uname-r. Thank you very much, Ali Brandy, for super chatting 10. I'm not too sure. Is that Singapore? Is that Singaporean money or? Sorry, let me let me look up what kind of currency that is. That is krona. Krona. Awesome, awesome. Thank you. Okay, so generic. So the release is that doesn't match this. So the kernel release, kernel version. Let's do uname v. So maybe we should just look this up. 36 Ubuntu. 36 Ubuntu version. 36 in Ubuntu does not refer to a specific version, but rather to a package version. For example, though 36 should be 16.04. 16.04, that might be the answer. Okay, let's go back. Ubuntu 16.04. Nope. Mixing the star on release. Oh, hold on. TV Monkey, hello, nice to see you here. Let's give it a try. Cat, etc. Star release. Oh, okay, okay, okay. So we're looking for 12.04. I mean, that is a really old version of Ubuntu. Okay, that was the answer. Awesome. Okay, and then who got here first? So we can take a look at the cookies and milk command here. Sorry, the cookies and milk file. Cookies and milk.txt. Okay, too bad, Santa. I, the Grinch, got here before you did. I helped myself to some of the goodies here. You can still enjoy some half-eaten cookies in this leftover milk. Okay, so the Grinch got here first, Grinch. Okay, and I think, what do they want us to do? That source code is the portion of a kernel hack called Dirty Cow. Dirty Cow is, well, the reason why we're mentioning Dirty Cow here is because Dirty Cow is a very old kernel hack that can be used against Linux systems. So they're asking us to use it, but I don't think we have enough time to do it, unfortunately. Okay, so what is the verbatim syntax you can use to compile taken from the real C source code comments? So I think they're talking about up here. So most of the time when you download a very well-known hack, it'll usually let you know what command you can use to compile the binary. Although it seems to be missing here. Okay, so what we can do is we can do a little bit of research. So let's see. So Dirty Cow has this CVE. The CVE is from 2016. 2016, imagining that is like really, really old is it's kind of weirding me out. But I guess a lot of time has passed. Okay, and so let's see if we can locate so let's see, this is C code. Let's see if there's like a GitHub associated with this. And usually it includes a command that we can use to compile the binary, just like this. So otherwise, you would have to research exactly what you're supposed to do, which could be a pain in the butt for people who have never really compiled stuff using C before. Anyways, let's go back. Looks like I'm missing some stuff. The verbatim syntax used to compile taken from the real C source code comments. Am I missing something? Use the dirty C name as given in the source code. Oh, dirty C? Hmm. Well, I mean, we don't need, we don't necessarily need to complete this. There are more questions here as well. Okay, we're just gonna skip this part. We'll move on to the summary. But yeah, if you're interested in checking this out yourself, you're very welcome to complete the rest of the section here. Okay, let's do a summary of what we did today. So common Telnet commands. So typical Telnet access provides terminal access to the server, and you can use the terminal commands associated with the server's OS. So Telnet could be hosted on Windows. It could be hosted on Linux. Most of the time, when I've seen Telnet, it's been hosted on Linux. But I suppose it's possible that it could be on Windows. And in that case, you would need to use Windows commands. Snow P asks, "Hey, just curious, do you do pwn?" Yeah, we do pwn. We do pwn every once in a while. Are you talking about boxes? Are you talking about binary hacking challenges? We do both. We do a lot more like network hacking challenges, but we can do like beginner level binary hacking challenges as well. Okay, so let's do a little summary of the things that we covered in today's workshop. So we talked about the FTP service. So FTP is a service that is very common on servers, which allows users to upload and download files. FTP stands for File Transfer Protocol. It's usually found on TCP port number 21. SMB is another very common service that you find especially on Windows machines. It stands for Server Message Block. It's a file and printer sharing service that is most commonly associated with the Windows OS. And you usually find that on port TCP port 445 or 139. And thank you very much, Brocktholomew. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. And the last protocol we took a look at was the Telnet protocol, which stands for Telecommunications Network. It's usually found on TCP port number 23, and it provides remote login. It's a service that allows remote terminal login, and is the predecessor to the SSH service. So what's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool network hacking workshop, we'll learn how to perform web app enumeration with a number of different tools. So when you do network hacking, you usually have to deal with web apps at some point or another, because web applications, HTTP and HTTPS, are some of the most common networking services that you can find on remote servers. Oh, you meant like, oh, binary, yeah, binary hacking, yeah, for sure. Yeah, we do like buffer overflow stuff every once in a while over here. And thank you very much for following on Twitch, Codox, thank you. Or CodeHex, or CodHex. Not too sure how to pronounce that, let me know how. All right, so this portion of the stream is done, and let's go ahead and move into the next portion. So topic 3 is here, topic 4 is on deck, and let's do 1 hour of this next topic. So this topic is actually, I'm going to have to rename this. So we're going to be doing some reverse engineering challenges from PicoCTF. Okay, and PicoCTF is one of my favorite cybersecurity education platforms. If you want to make an account over there, you can make one very easily. CodX. Okay, no worries, no worries. Thank you very, very much for letting me know. And after, well, you can make an account there for free. And we're going to be working on some of the introduction reverse engineering challenges. And we've never seen these before. So this isn't necessarily a demonstration. It's more like us trying to figure it out together. But if you want to take a look at the same challenges we are, you can do so over here after you've logged into PicoCTF. And the good thing about PicoCTF is that most of the time you don't need to have a hacking machine to interact with it. You can use the web shell. So I'll show you how to do that in just a second. Thank you very much, Snowpea, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get ready for this. So typically when we solve challenges over at HackerFrogs, we like to do a little walkthrough for each one of the challenges that we do. We write these walkthroughs because we want to be able to come back and repeat the same kind of actions if we need to do it in the future. So let's see. Reverse engineering, and let's make a new file. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Jeremy Marshall. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, so what challenge are we going to do first? So we've got this picker challenge here, and after you've logged into PicoCTF, you can access it over at this link. But before we do that, let me show you how to open up the web shell inside of PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is a really cool website. After you've logged in, you can go over to the right-hand side of the screen. Well, after you've logged in, click on Practice, and then click on the right-hand side of the screen. There's a button labeled Web Shell. So if you click on that, that's going to open up a Linux machine that has a bunch of tools installed that you can use to solve the challenges. So after you've opened up the web shell, you can click on the button to the right of the help button here, and that'll pop out the web shell terminal and put it in full screen. Henke asks, what are we learning today? So we just finished our networking portion. We're going to be doing some reverse engineering right now. But welcome to the stream, Henke Lodwig. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so when you're inside of the PicoCTF web shell, it gives you an environment where you can solve the challenges. So here we've got a little directory, and there's this readme.txt file we can't delete, but I'm going to make a directory called picker1 because that's the name of the challenge we're going to be solving. We're going to move inside the directory as well, and then we're going to go back to the PicoCTF challenge. So picker1 is the name of the challenge. And so this is a medium level challenge from the reverse engineering category from the Pico Gym exclusive event. It says this service can provide you with a random number, but can it do anything else? Additional details will be available after you're launching your challenge instance. So the challenge exists, well, the challenge exists inside of like a virtual machine that you spin up using this button over here, launch instance. So after you do that, after a few seconds, we should get a different response. So we were given a command that we can use to interact with the machine, this netcat command over here. We also have the source code. So part of reverse engineering is trying to understand what exactly a program is doing. So we're just going to right-click and copy the link for the source code, and then we're going to put it in our web shell. We're going to go to our web shell, to type in wget to download the program, paste in the file address, hit enter, and that's going to download the file. Okay, so after that, we're going to see that picker-1.py is in here. So this is the Python file. We can go into the Python file to figure out what it does by doing this. So we run nano to take a look at the program. It looks like, so the script is, it's not super short. So what we want to do is we want to figure out what exactly is going on in the code. One thing that we can do before we do a close analysis of the code is we can just run the script by itself first. So Python space picker-i.py. So it says try entering get random number without the double quotes. Try entering get random number without the double quotes. Get random number 4. Try, okay, so we're obviously able to run Python commands in here. So if we're able to run Python commands in here, can we do other things? Can we do print I am printing, or I'm using the print function? Okay, it says unterminated string literal detected. Okay, so we crashed the program. So get random number, we ran that. So let's go ahead and we can do a little bit more. Well, we shouldn't be doing experimentation. We should be taking a look at the code. So let's go back in and let's take a look at this code. So just to make it a little bit easier for people who want to take a look at this code themselves, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put it in a link for everybody. Okay, copy, and then we'll just put it in a paste bin. New paste, create new paste. Okay, and that, you should be able to access this file over at this link. But let's take a look and try to analyze this ourselves. Where's my web shell? Here it is. Okay, so nano. Okay, so what's going on here? So I think we can also get rid of some of this white space. So get random number, print 4. So chosen by fair die roll, guaranteed to be random, see xkcd. Print 4. Get random number. So the get random number function prints the number 4. Really? That seems a bit, that doesn't seem very random. Okay, define exit. So this is the function that exits out of the program, sys.exit. Okay, that's fine. Esoteric. So esoteric is the name, esoteric1 is the name of the function in this case. That's the fun thing about random, is that it's not random. Yeah, TB monkey, hello. Thank you for letting us know about that. Jeez. So esoteric is, well, so is this all quoted out? Because I see these triple quotes, and the triple quotes in Python usually means that something is. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, okay. This is a multi-line string. So if this is a multi-line string, then it is actually running this code. Okay, not exactly sure what the esoteric function does. Print esoteric. So it runs the esoteric function, or is esoteric a esoteric is a just a variable. So it's not actual code. This is just a string. So esoteric is just a really long string filled with a bunch of stuff. A bunch of code, rather. Okay, Sashroot, hello, nice to see you here. Do you know when you use Discord, it scans your ports and sends output irrespective of it, and I've opted out for any data analytics. I think the eval function looks interesting. The real million words. Hello, nice to see you here. And you know what? We haven't done it in a while. Let's do some. How about this fun little redeem? How about the Jurassic Park?
It's a unit system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so it does print esoteric, and then they've got the win function over here as well. So this line will not work locally unless you create your own flag.txt file in the same directory as this script. So flag open flag.txt are in read mode, and then flag.script, flag.strip, and then string flag equals this. For character and flag, string flag plus equals string hex ord of the character plus a space. Okay, so is this reverse the esoteric 1 and 2? I don't think we need to do. It might be a lot easier than that. Do not redeem the card. The card? Shota, hello, nice to see you here. I have to go. See you next time. See you next time, Shota. Okay. So we got esoteric 2 as well. So esoteric 2, this seems like another string. So this is another string. And yeah, so esoteric, both of these are esoteric. They're both strings. So try entering get random number without the double quotes. User input equals input. So user input equals the input that we put in, and then it will evaluate the user input plus, and then it adds this thing to the end. So we can run functions with this. So essentially what we want to do is we just want to run the win function. So the eval function in Python, it'll run more code. So let's see, Python eval function. Do you have any tips to bypass secure BIOS? Secure BIOS, it's not exactly what I do. That's pretty, I don't do a lot of like system level bypass. But yeah, so unfortunately, no. So the eval function in Python is a built-in function that evaluates a string as a Python expression and returns its results. So eval, expression, global's none, local's none. So expression is a string containing the Python expression to be evaluated. So I mean, we could run eval to just do math and stuff like that. Globals is optional, and locals is also optional. So I mean, we could probably run eval on our own. So we've got let's just say that we do Python in here. So eval 1 plus 1, and that gives us 2. So it basically lets us run Python code inside of the function here. So in this case, we can probably use it to run the win function, but let's double check on that. Okay, so in order to run this and to get the contents of the flag.txt file, we have to create it. So we're just going to echo out to flag.txt, HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, and then if we're able to use the script to echo this out from the flag.txt file, then we'll have successfully reverse engineered this. So Henky Loudwig says, if you can run get random number, you can run the win function too. That's the hypothesis, right? So Python picker 1. So we just type in win. So this is the flag. Unfortunately, the flag has been transformed. So we just need to, we could probably just adjust the script. We could adjust the script, or we could just we could create our own Python script to do this, to decode this. So nano, oh, I mean, we know that this is the contents of the flag over here. We just need to know which functions to use to decode this. Okay, so where's the win function over here? So string hex and ord. So okay, so it runs ord, which converts each character into a number, and then it turns it into a hex number. So we would run, what's the opposite of ord? So okay, so Python ord function reverse. Ord function reverse is the character function, so CHR. So we would run print, actually no. This is what we would do. It's just it is the message that we wrote. Yeah, we just need to, we're just going to create a little Python script in here. Decode.py, decode ch.py, okay. And we got a list of characters, list of hex. So these are all hex strings. And recommended resources for Python. Yeah. So can you bypass by reverse hacking, for example? Reverse hacking. When you say reverse hacking, do you mean reverse engineering? And what are you trying to bypass? Could you reword your question? And Games GVG has any recommended resources for Python? Yeah, I've got some really good resources for Python. Let me grab some of those for you. So the HackerFrogs program has a GitHub over here with a bunch of good resources. In this case, we've got our education resources for programming. And there are a couple of really good courses in there. So Python Institute, Python Essentials 1 and 2. This is 70 hours of content, and it's highly recommended. Jessine asks, "How do I get started with malware dev?" So if you want to develop malware, you should learn how to program in the languages that are used to create malware. So I'm not sure which languages are super popular for writing malware in. I would say something like C or Golang is a very popular option these days. If anybody knows about malware development, yeah, let us know. Let us know in the chat. The real million word says it would be C. So I mean, a lot of yeah. C is probably a good bet as well. So Valerie, thank you very much for subscribing. Thank you very much. Okay, so blow my mind or says bypass secure BIOS. Bypassing secure BIOS. You can take over root access with reverse hacking. So I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by reverse hacking. Can you define what reverse hacking is? I know reverse engineering. Um, I don't think I've heard this term reverse hacking before. So Hanky Lodwig says, "Sorry to ask at a topic. Am I confused to choose? I'm confused over whether to choose between EJPT or CRTA. Can you suggest something for the beginner level?" Thank you very much for subscribing, Patrick. Thank you very much. Keeping it free. I mean, I try to keep all my resources free for everybody because I understand how not everybody has access to a bunch of money to take courses and stuff like that, or to get certifications. Maldev Academy, yes, the real million words. I've heard some really good stuff about Maldev Academy. Unfortunately, it's not a free resource, but if you're serious about learning malware development, that's a good resource that I've heard about. I hope that helps you out, Jessine. Okay, so what were we doing? Okay, so we got our list of hex stuff. I mean, I guess what we could do is we could just run the Python code and then like pipe it down to something else, right? Okay, Zuri with the news says, "What if I'm trying to make an AI bot for trading? What language should I learn then because I'm new to code?" So everybody, I think you should learn how to use Python because Python is a very popular language, and people have tried different implementations of Python for basically everything. It's also if you want to learn a programming language and get AI assistance, Python's a good choice because there's a lot of Python out there, and if you want the AI to be able to help you write the code, then Python's probably your best bet. Okay, so let's run picker1. We run the win function to get this stuff. But what if I were to run the win function? Let's not be too fancy. We could probably just grab this and then go back to our list of hex is, well, no, the string of hex. So this is string of hex. We want to do string of hex dot split to create a list of hex. List of hex. And then after that, we want to do the transformations. Justine asks, in your repo, is script.rpy supposed to be vulnerable? Supposed to be vulnerable? No, no. It was I was trying to come up with a game that I could potentially use to teach cybersecurity. It's, I mean, if it's vulnerable, I'm not really using it. But if it's vulnerable, it's I don't know. I mean, there's lots of potentially vulnerable stuff, sure. EJPT isn't bad by any means, but HTB material is amazing. So, okay. So Henky Lodwig was asking about EJPT or CRTA. So CRTA, I need to remind myself what this thing is. CRTA certification. So this is Red Team Analyst. So are you talking about this one? From Cyber Warfare Labs? Or are you talking about something else? So for anybody who's wondering, this is the link I'm looking at right now. So Henky Lodwig says, I would recommend Hack the Box Junior Cybersecurity Analyst pathway first and foremost. Okay. Okay, so Henky Lodwig is looking for a certificate for looking for jobs. Okay. But I mean, if you're looking for jobs, I'm pretty sure that people are still looking for OSCP. But why were you thinking about this one over here? I've never really heard of it before, CRTA. Okay. Anyways, let's keep on playing some music. All right. So we got our what? Our string of hex. Then we turn into a list, and then we do what? Red teaming is different from pen testing. Yeah, I mean, I agree there. CPTS teaches you a whole lot more. So just a kid Noki. I agree. I think that the CPTS has really good materials, and it's going to teach you more than OSCP. But unfortunately, OSCP is still the industry standard, as far as I know. But if you've encountered other stuff, let us know about that. So the list of hex is going to be this, and then we want to for I in list of hex. For I in list of hex. Let's see. Plain text is an empty string. So I decoded character equals let's see. So hex to decimal of the integer version of the item, and then we also need to run ord on top of that. No, character on top of that. So the integer of I, we need to run character on that, and then we need to add plain text plus equals decoded character. And then we should probably define the plain text outside. Plain text is here. And then finally print the plain text. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, let's catch up with chat. This might be a simple question. Emir Karaman, hello, nice to see you here. Do you know about temporal memory security and spatial memory security? Temporal memory security and spatial memory security. Does that have something to do with quantum computing? I'm not super knowledgeable about computer memory security, but I do know a little bit about getting memory. About getting computer memory image dumps. But let me know what that is. I probably don't know about it. Okay, so OSCP is still the gold standard, very expensive. What about open source code? Should I use Python for that or another language? Open source code Zero at the news, you're asking about open source code, Python, or another language. So open source just means that the code is available for everybody to look at. So the only difference between open source and closed source is that closed source means that you're not sharing the code with the public, and open source means that you are. Okay. Thoughts on malware analysis as a job? Malware analysis is a job. Okay, just a kid Noki. So malware analysis, I don't know very much about malware analysis. I know that it is a specialty inside of cybersecurity. As far as how common those roles are, I'm pretty sure that malware analyst roles are they're probably much fewer than more common roles such as SOC analysts and pen testers, or well, SOC analysts are probably the largest number of roles, and then pen testers even smaller than that. I'm guessing that malware analysts there's an even smaller pool than that. But if you're really passionate about malware analysis, then you definitely try looking for those roles. Justine says, how do people hide their code? They hide their code by not publishing it. Justine, so open source basically means that the code is available for everybody to look at, and that it's publicized. So, for example, if we look at something like GitHub, if I've got my code up on GitHub for everybody to see in a public repository, that means that my code is open source and that anybody can look at it. Whether or not everybody can actually modify it, that's another issue. If you allow people, well, generally when you've got like an open source project, you allow certain people to be able to modify the code and to push it to the repository. But closed source means that you develop the code without exposing it to, well, exposing the code to everybody. There are advantages and disadvantages to closed source and open source, but most of the people that I've encountered, they really like open source development. Okay, let's see. Primitive Channel says infrastructure like Azure, AD, etc. Let me take a look at your previous message. Web PT cert versus infrastructure PT certs. What would you recommend first? I would recommend web. So web and cloud are very, very hot right now. Infrastructure is less popular. If you want to get a job quickly in cybersecurity, the most in demand kind of roles right now are for cloud stuff. So Azure and AWS, if you can do cloud testing, people really like that. Aside from that, there's a lot of web app testing being done as well. So that's my answer for that. And Shamira says, what program are you working on? So we're just doing some reverse engineering right now. We're doing a little challenge from PicoCTF, and if you have an account over there, you can join us. Okay, so what was I doing? So let's see if this script works. Python decode invalid syntax. Oh, I forgot to put an equal sign there. So string of hex is, right, equal signs. Okay. Object is not iterable. List of hex, it's not iterable? It should be a list. Hold on, let me do some workshopping. Ronan says, my message was deleted? Really? Hold on, let me go back. I didn't see a previous message from you, Ronan. Why don't you try sending your message again? Tokwi, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, and thank you very much for subscribing, Ro. Thank you very much. And Kujdim Gashi, thank you. Okay, we're just trying to write a little script to solve our challenge here. So decode ch Python decode. So it says list of hex is not iterable. Not iterable. It should be iterable. So list of hex is equal to string of hex dot split. This should create a list. Okay, I'm just going to comment out everything else, and we're just going to debug this for a second. I'm just going to print it out. List O hex. Oh, okay. I forgot to put this. Whenever you run a method, you have to put the parentheses. This is what happens when you go too fast. Okay, so I think this should be. Let's see if it works. Split with space. I think space is the default split. Invalid literal for int with base 10. Okay, so int with base 10. So character int I base 10. So this is not an int with base 10. This is a hexadecimal number. So we need to do int I 16. Yes, okay, it works. It works. So we just need to, first of all, we need to turn these numbers, turn the hex numbers into decimal numbers, and then we need to decode them from the numbers into ASCII characters. So yeah, so we were able to create, okay, so all we need to do is we need to go back to the challenge and launch the thing again. Splitting on what? It splits by space by default. So we've got our netcat command here. We can contact the server like this, and then we can run win. It gets us our flag. So we just need to grab the hexadecimal output and then plug it into our script. Okay, and then write out the file and run the script. There you go. We got the flag. Right, so we just need to submit the flag and then we're done. So the interesting thing is that there's a lot of stuff we can just ignore in this file. So the Python script, most of this is completely unimportant to what we're trying to achieve. So everything in here, all this esoteric stuff, it's like a complete red herring. We don't need it at all. Okay, so let's go back in. So this one is called Picker1. Picker I. I think we can put dashes in here, right? Let's do one of these instead. Okay, so for each one of our walkthroughs, we want to put in the URL, the concept we need to understand, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so blow my mind, or I'm sorry for my late response. I had to go back to my computer. My phone is in another language. Oh, okay. So I think Well, I mean, you're talking about reverse hacking. I'm assuming you're talking about reverse engineering. I'm still don't understand what you mean by reverse engineering with, what was it? Oh, we don't want to submit this. YouTube deleted it, but Twitch is okay with it. Was it some code? I posted, it feels, there's a nice free site to learn maldev with API. Yeah, YouTube doesn't like links. But Red Team Leaders catalog. Okay, so I think it was Justine on YouTube. Justine on YouTube, if you see the link that Ronan sent, why don't you check it out? And you know what? I'll take a look at it very briefly myself. You say it's free. I mean, if it is free, that's a really nice find. Thank you, Ronan. Okay, let's see if we can. So there is a game hacking development fundamentals. There is, what else? So courses. Let's take a look at the catalog real quick. So introduction to bug bounty, offensive security with artificial intelligence, AI stuff, introduction to Python. There's red team stuff, malware analysis introduction. So malware analysis introduction, that would be really good for, somebody else was talking about malware analysis. Finding vulnerabilities related to root access. You would probably be doing a lot of fuzzing. But finding vulnerabilities related to root access, I mean, I guess you could find vulnerabilities related to, well, you know, like kernel stuff by taking a look at the Linux kernel. If you were able to find a Linux kernel, like a working Linux kernel hack that gave you root access, you could probably make a lot of money off of that. And you would definitely be using your reverse engineering skills to do something like that. Exactly how to... Okay, so our analysis, there was like a development one, right? Oh, kernel hacking. Okay, that's cool. Pay what you can. But yeah, I definitely want to check out this site to see if the courses are any good. All right, let's finish up the write-up. So the URL of the challenge is... Ooh, why did I copy that? Okay, so this script will transform or decode the flag. Paste in the code. We need to get the URL of the challenge, which is, oh, don't need this. URL of the challenge is over here. Okay, this was just a response to the guy asking for help to bypass BIOS security. And this is a way to do it. I mean, it's bypassing BIOS security. I mean, I'm thinking... If you have access to the machine, then bypassing BIOS security actually shouldn't be too hard. But anyways, where are we? Because if you have access to the physical device, you can reset it by, you know, removing the battery, or there's a bunch of different there are different methods you can use if you have physical access to the device. So the concept we need to understand is understanding the Python eval function. Okay, so the method of solve. So this script, the script used in the challenge, uses the eval function to run other code, and other functions. Actually, to run other functions in the script. Okay, and we can identify exactly what that code looks like over here. Where's my web shell? So while true, this one over here. So this is the vulnerable portion of the script. Because we have user input that is passed to the eval function, we can force the script to run the win function, which will output the flag. Okay, unfortunately, the flag is not returned in plain text, but rather a hex, rather a series of hexadecimal strings that represent the ASCII characters. Okay, this script will decode the flag. We provide the script here, and then we're done. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Aman Shah, thank you very much. And thank you very much for following Nerdy Science. Much appreciated. Thank you. And let's give everybody a fun video redeem. How about some, I don't know, how about some Nyan Cat? Okay, so we might be able to do one more reverse engineering challenge, but we took a long time to do the first one, but we'll try the second one. We'll see if we're able to at least start to understand it. Okay, can you figure out how to work this program and how it gets the flag? Okay, sure. Let's launch the thing. And if you're interested in taking a look at this challenge yourself, this is the link. Thank you very much, Darkstorm and GKHN61 for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Welcome to Hack On In. Okay, so we've got the source code again. We're just going to copy that. We're going to go to our web shell and download it. So this is going to be picker2. We're going to enter that directory, and then we're going to download the thing. Ronan says, I think it would be nice if all of your docs from Git would be in Notebook LLM. That way it can be searchable and we can ask for methods using the docs and use it more. Notebook LLM. I've never heard of that. But let me know if you have like a link or something that explains what it is. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so picker2.py. So first of all, we know that all these scripts involve reading a flag.txt file, so we might as well make it here. HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, and then we'll run the picker2 script. So what are we supposed to do here? Win. Illegal input. What? Name is not defined. Name what is not defined. Okay, so obviously we're supposed to do something with this script. Let's take a closer look. Okay, so we still have our get random number. And we still have our esoteric. stuff, which is just, like really long text. Okay, and we still have our win function. So this line will not work locally. You can search a GitHub repo. Oh, it's an LLM that searches GitHub repos. I mean, that sounds pretty handy. So it looks like it's doing the same thing to the flag. It's putting everything out in hexadecimal strings, or hexadecimal characters rather. So we got esoteric again. So I want to figure out what is, so def filter. So this is being filtered. So if win is in the user input, return false, return true. So basically it doesn't run it. It doesn't run if we put win into the user input. While true, try user input equals input. If filter user input, then eval user input plus this. So it's still running these functions. Ronan says, Notebook LLM is a personalized AI research assistant by Google that grounds its responses in the specific uploaded documents to provide accurate summaries, answers, and podcast-style audio overviews. What category is that, as asks Mr. Hassam? Yeah, so we're doing reverse engineering. So reverse engineering, this is the challenge. I highly recommend people use PicoCTF if you can. It's not, I mean, it's possible to search a repo without an LLM. That's true too, but I mean, the other thing you could do is you could just take all of the documents from a repository and then upload them to the LLM for analysis that way. But if it's able to just pull a repository, from the internet, and that would be pretty cool. Just started getting into pointers. You do digital forensics, trying to get into reverse engineering. Yeah, me too. I'm trying to learn more about reverse engineering here. So, okay, let's take a closer look. Let me get rid of some of these windows. I've got too many of these open. Okay, so there's a filter in place here. So we're trying to run the win function, but we can't put win into our user input. And thank you very much for subscribing, Unarmed Maestro. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so how do we evade the filter? Or else print illegal input. So if this returns false, it prints out illegal input. And this is what happens if we just try to run the win function. Win, illegal input, win, illegal input. Esoteric. Esoteric is not defined. Isn't there a function called esoteric? Or maybe it's called esoteric1. Yeah. So this just prints out a thing. There's an exit function. So we need to find some way to evade the filter. Maybe you can pull, but you have to... Oh, but thank you very much for following Tigas Paco. Thank you. Okay, so we need to figure out how to run the win function without typing in the word win. So can we encode this? Can we encode the word win and then have it eval? Maybe we can do ord w plus ord I plus ord n. Yeah, maybe. We can give it a shot. Thanks for the suggestion, Henki. Okay. So ord Maybe we can do this as a one-liner too. So let's see. Let's call it the function the string. The string equals ord what was it? Ord w plus ord I plus ord n. And then print the string and then print. Something happened. Okay. Join w plus I plus n. Join w plus I plus n. Sorry, my bad. Use chr instead. Oh. Okay, so not... Hold on. So syntax error string, line 1. Okay, let's... I mean, if we use chr, we need some numbers. So chr, chr. And let's see. So let me get my handy dandy ASCII chart. Okay, if we've got our ASCII chart, what are the decimals for W, I, and N? So W is 87. Is 87, let's see, I is 73. And N is N is 110. Why do I keep on doing that? 110, okay. So this string is this. So we just need to do the string, right? Or just print the string? Okay, let's give this a go. Okay, or we could join W, I, and N. Sick in the mind, hello, nice to see you here. We're just trying to figure out one of these reverse engineering problems. Oh, okay. I mean, I think... And we could also do the... But sick in the mind, if you're wondering which challenge we're doing this one over here. Anything here equals string. CHR takes in an integer. Yeah, I mean, I think joining should work too. What the others were talking about. So what was it? Dot join W plus I plus N. String object is not callable. String object is not callable. So do we print it out or something? Character 87 is in, that's a contiguous string. 87, 87, 73, 1. Wait, aren't these supposed to be in decimal? WIN equals string. WIN equals string, and then print string. Invalid syntax. Okay, it doesn't want. So how do we just call? We're running each one of these as a function. So we want to provide the word win. It's going to try to run it with the function. It depends. It depends these parentheses here, the set. And it runs this as eval. So isn't that Python? Why do you end the sentence with a semicolon? I mean, you can, oh, you know what? Maybe I can't use a semicolon. I mean, Python doesn't need semicolons, but it does recognize semicolons as a terminator. So W plus I plus N. So just print. Okay, so when none type object is not callable. How do we trick this? Or can we call an So this is, I mean, this becomes a string. We print it out, but it doesn't get combined. So we tried to define this as a variable called string. Because let me demonstrate what the eval statement looks like, or the eval thing. So this is what it looks like. So if user input filter, then run filter on it, eval user input plus whatever with the parentheses. So we need to figure out a way to pass this on. So the filter, it checks to see if the literal word win is in the user input. Actually, wait. It might not work. Because whatever's in the user input, it checks to see if there's the word win there first. User input. So the user input is defined as this. It runs eval, and then it plugs in the user input, and then it adds in those parentheses. What if you put in anything? What would happen? Anything? So if you try putting in something that's not an object, it just says that something is not defined, and then it kicks us out. So exceptions, anytime you've got some sort of error that occurs, then it'll break. But if you just try running win, it says illegal input. Spaces, W-I-N. I mean, W-I-N, invalid syntax. So invalid syntax, Encode with something else? Encode with something else. The thing is that what if we substring it? Substring it? Python substring. Okay, so string slicing. String slicing. Try this. Mr. Hossam says, wine the substring it. If it says user input equals user input. Hold on. Let's take a look at the code. Actually, you know what? So while true, try user input equals input. And then it just puts this thing in. So this is how it takes input. So the input function in Python, it takes in user input and it prints out a message equal to whatever you put in between these single quotes here. So this is what we see when we run the program here. It runs the filter function on the user input, and if it doesn't return false, then it runs eval with the user input plus the parentheses here. Okay, so let me see the hint. There's a hint for this challenge over here. Hint 1. Can you do what win does? Can you do what win does with your input to the program? That, I don't know if that's supposed to help a lot. Win? Oh, that's interesting, Hassam. Let me take a look. So can we just do? Well, I mean, that's probably going to come back invalid syntax, but I can give it a try. Illegal input. So it's looking for this. Invalid syntax. Okay. What about? Well, I mean, that's not gonna. If we run, it's still gonna detect the win, the WIN string. So it's still gonna say illegal input. Well, NIW is not gonna not gonna work. Actually, wait. There's something else we could do. We can do a string reverse, right? So we can do what was it? Print NIW, but we can string reverse this. NIW is not defined. Oh, wait, hold on. We need to make this a string. Okay. try it again. So, I mean, so none type object is not callable. Sick the Mind says, what is this supposed to do? We're just trying to figure out how to output the word win and have it evaluate. But unfortunately, printing out the thing isn't gonna work in here. Without using the word win. We can't use the exact string win, because otherwise it gets picked up by the filter. So we need to Globals win. Ronan, I'll give it a shot. So globals W plus I plus N. Okay, and then run the thing again. That worked. Globals gets all the functions and finds the win. That worked, and then we just need to plug this into the script we created to decode this, and then we're done. This script is adding the extra parentheses. So globals. I've never used this function before. Without using the word win, yeah. Okay. So let's go over here, and we just need to plug in our hexadecimal here. And then run the thing. Oh, that's not the right one. Oh, no, that is the right one. That's the right one because this is the one from our local instance. So we just need to run it on the server. Okay, let's do that. Launch instance. Could you also try to import OS? I mean, I don't think we can run multiple commands. Or can we? Import OS and then something like... Initially, what you can try to do this with definitely not win win print.join. Something like import OS system cat flag.txt. You know, I can give it a shot. Because, you know, we're all here to learn and experiment. Let's give it a try. Okay, so Just a Kid's suggestion was to import OS. The problem is that, wow, it worked. that was that was better than the other solution. Imagine that, yeah. You know, that's funny. Jeez. You know, I might that's great. Let's go ahead and do the thing. Okay, let's go back and submit the flag. Unintended solution. I mean, I guess you could call it an unintended solution. But I mean, whatever works. If it works, it works. All right, I'll do a write-up for this challenge after the stream is over. Let me go ahead and start into the last portion of today's stream. So the last portion of today's stream, we're going to be doing old Advent of cyber exercises. Xmetric says the issue is to develop these CTFs with one methodology in mind to showcase that specific solution. Rarely do they harden anything else. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense that they would make it so that the intended solution works, and other solutions that are unintended, they might work as long as they're not super obvious. Then it should be fine. Okay, so let's do some old Advent of Cyber. So let's do Advent of Cyber. Thank you very much for subscribing, T Shen Olo. Thank you very much. Getting the flag is all that matters, however the course is designed or intended. True. As long as as long as it's not like complete misstep as far as like how the CTF challenge is designed, of course. Okay, so Advent of Cyber 2022, 2021, 2019. This one is the 25 Days of Christmas. This one is Advent of Cyber 2. I don't think we've done Advent of Cyber 2. Let me give this a look. Oh no, we have done a lot of Advent of Cyber 2. We haven't done a lot of Advent of Cyber 1. Hold on. Let me... Actually, no. Let me reset my progress here. Okay. Reset progress. And let's start again. Okay, so we've got this room right here, Advent of Cyber 2. Does that require a subscription? No, it doesn't require a subscription. Just a kid, you know what? I do not know what. Warpup, hello. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. You know what I haven't been doing this entire stream? I haven't been doing my water breaks. I'm way overdue for a water break. I'm going to be on the lookout for these things. Okay, so every year over at TryHackMe, they've got a Advent of Cyber event. I guess before we start doing Advent of Cyber 2, we'll just talk about Advent of Cyber 2025. Stay hydrated. I'm trying to. Okay, where's my dashboard? Advent of Cyber should be here somewhere. Just a second. They don't have the Advent of Cyber room up yet. But yeah, it's an event that happens every December over at the TryHackMe website. They always have a lot of different they have a very good variety of cybersecurity challenges, and it really introduces you to a lot of different concepts. ShamPDR says, my brother Samuel's watching with me, so he can't understand anything. Oh, I hope you can help him out. But anyways, let's do task number 6. So Christmas crisis. So what's going on with this one? So the best festival company's brand new OpenVPN server has been hacked. This is a crisis. Okay, I guess we need to start up our machine. So for this challenge, I'm going to be accessing the TryHackMe network through OpenVPN. So let me go ahead and start that up. Call this OpenVPN connection, and I'll connect to the network. Oh, that's in the downloads directory. So sudo OpenVPN to connect to the TryHackMe network. And then after we do this, we should have a ton0 interface where we're connected to the network here. Amazon says, my Linux is 550 gigabytes. I don't know how to increase the storage. Increase the storage. Are you using VirtualBox or VMware or are you using Linux on some other platform? Okay, so we should have access to the machine in a couple of seconds, but what do they want us to do? So they're talking about cookies and HTTPS and deploy your attack box. Okay. What is the name of the cookie used for authentication? Name of the cookie used for authentication. I guess they want us to log into a website. VBox. Okay, so VirtualBox, how do you increase it? I think in VirtualBox you need to decide whether or not you're going to have a dynamic size for your virtual machine, or if you're going to be using a fixed size. But where was I? Okay, I need to get my IP address. So the IP address is up here. Let me copy that, and then, well, before we start, I guess we can do some preliminary scans as well. We can try pinging the machine. Okay, so we got connection to the machine. That's good. I chose fixed back then. Tisha Nolo says, I was on PicoCTF solving some problems and then stumbled on your stream. Welcome in, Tisha Nolo. Nice to see you here. And thank you very much, Eric Kestner, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so let's take a look at this web page. So we can access the web page by providing the IP address. And it says Christmas Control Center, username and password. So are we given credentials for this? Okay, so register for an account, then log in. Okay, so it's very important to pay attention to the instructions here. So they want us to register an account. So register, please enter a username and password. So we'll do HackerFrogs and password. Register. Okay, so user created successfully, and then we can log into the application. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, BC. Thank you. Okay, so our username is HackerFrogs, and our password is password. Log in. Okay, so we got a console over here. It says part picking, assembly, painting, touch-up, sorting, sleigh loading. So, I mean, we don't have... We've got something in the application, but we don't have any access here. Tishanolo says, do you use Burp Suite? Yeah, well, I mean, I use Burp Suite every once in a while to do web app hacking challenges. Thank you very much for subscribing, Alchemy BC. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so one thing that we can do inside of the web application after we've logged in, we can take a look at our cookies. Sometimes there are insecure cookies. And if we go to our web developer tools, we got our authorization cookie here, and we got a certain value. So I know for a fact that TryHackMe really likes doing hexadecimal encoding, which is not super safe for cookies, but it makes for a good illustration. So if we do hex to ASCII, and then paste in our hex code here. So this is what is known as a hexadecimal string. We can decode this from the hexadecimal to get ASCII characters. So if we convert this, we see here, company, the best decimal company, username HackerFrogs. So this is an insecure cookie. You're not supposed to use cookies that can be decoded like this. Of course, you could probably go back in here and swap this out. We'll go from text to hexadecimal. So text to hexadecimal, paste in our text, and we'll change our username from HackerFrogs to admin. Okay, CyberChef is handy. We could have used CyberChef as well, but this works okay. Let's see, delimiters, no delimiters. Okay, and then we can provide this as the cookie to the web application to hopefully get access as the administrator. Or they might be expecting Santa. Okay, reload the page. Oh, we're logged out. Okay, so they're probably expecting like another name, maybe Santa Claus or something. Okay, and they probably talk about it here. What is the name of the cookie used for authentication? So the name of the authentication cookie is called auth. And in what format is the value of this cookie encoded? So the cookie has been encoded into hexadecimal encoding. Okay, so Warmup Things is helping out Mr. Hassam. Thank you very much, Warmup Things. Try registering a new user named admin. I mean, that could be a solution as well. So we'll try logging out. Okay, so register admin password. If a web application allows you to do this, it would be very, very bad. Okay, let's try logging in. So this is just a regular user. I think the target user in this case is going to be the Santa user. So we'll try registering as Santa. It'll probably tell us that the user's already registered. Username already exists. So we want to become the Santa user using our encoding method. So we're just going to change our username to Santa and then convert. And then copy this. Okay, then we'll go back to the application and we'll just try logging in as a regular user. Actually, wait, I think we can manually put in a cookie from here. So more settings, web developer tools, and then add cookie. So the cookie is going to be called auth, and the value, we'll just plug it in here. Okay, and then we'll reload the page. Okay, now we've got access. Good night from NYC. Oh, hey, Cosmic Zoink. It should be about like 9:30 over in New York. Hello. Okay, so we've got access to all this stuff active. All this stuff is off. I guess we want to power it all on. On. And then we get a flag. So this is what we want to do. We want to get our flags for completing the task successfully. We'll go back, and the Santa's cookie flag is here. What is the value of Santa's cookie? Having decoded the cookie, what format is the data stored in? So if you take a look at the format of the data here, this is what is known as JSON. So JSON is it's a format for sending data. It's characteristic because it uses these curly braces over here, followed by keys and values. So it actually looks very, very similar to like a Python dictionary. It looks pretty much identical if this was a Python dictionary sending just with just strings. Anyways, so JSON is the answer here. And JSON stands for JavaScript. Hold on. So JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation, I think. Yeah, Object Notation, right. Coding Team, hello from Toronto. Hey, I'm also Canadian, Coding Team. I'm from Vancouver myself. All right, and yeah, welcome on in. So that's JavaScript Object Notation. So what is the value of Santa's cookie? So Santa's cookie is this thing right here. We'll just copy that, paste it in. Okay, and the flag that we get is this one. Okay, let's move on to the second web hacking task. Let's go up to the top. We'll terminate this machine, and then we'll move on to the next day. So the next day is, where is it? Task number 7. So in task number 7, we've got another web app hacking task. We start up the machine. Mr. Assam says, from Egypt. Oh, no worries, no worries. Egypt. Hey, welcome, welcome in. Let's see. Coding Team says, I lived in Whistler for 2 years. Whistler, awesome. Andre Bourget? Andre Bourget. I'm in Toronto too. Hello, nice to see you here. I'm from Australia. It says, Young Throb. Hello, nice to see you here. And thank you very much for subscribing. Much appreciated. Okay, so we'll see the IP address for this challenge in a bit. If you want to do the same things that we're doing right now, you can access it from over here, and it's free. This stuff is free from TryHackMe, all of their previous Christmas events. These are all free rooms. Warmup thing says, I'm in South Africa. I think there were other users watching from South Africa as well. I think Jason IT Solution is also from South Africa, but he's usually on Twitch. I should mention it the next time he comes online. And Coding Team says, shout out Yorkville and Toronto, 4:40 a.m. Geez, that's pretty late. And Daniel Raoul says, hi from Romania. Hello from Romania. Romanian is very similar to Italian, I hear. The Romanian language, it sounds kind of like Italian. That's what I hear. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that IP address. It's here. Okay, so we copy the IP address, and then we access it over here. Okay, so we're not signed in. So enter your ID as a get parameter. ID, $ID equals your name here. Okay, tell me more, Daddy. Hello, nice to see you here. And Sagar Natiyal, hello, nice to see you as well. All right, so what's going on in this challenge? This is day 2. Did we not finish day 1? Just a second. Okay, this should be done now. Okay, so here we're talking about get parameters and URLs. So let's see. Coding Team asks, do you recommend people who want to start as a SDET or software developer? Do you prefer bootcamp courses? I don't recommend bootcamp courses because bootcamp courses are usually pretty expensive, and unless they guarantee you a job, I wouldn't advocate for bootcamp courses. So SDET or software developers. So SDET. Let's see, developer SDET is a software development engineer in test, a hybrid role that combines software development and quality assurance. So is this what you're referring to? Coding Team? And let's see. Daniel Rowell says, it is, but there are some countries that sound more like Romanian language than Italy. Oh, really? So, I mean, is it more like Spanish, or is it more like French? Or are you talking about another language? Okay, so let's continue. So you're asking about, do you recommend people start as an SDET or a software developer? I mean, are you talking about people who want to get into cybersecurity? Software development is definitely like a path you can take if you want to get into cybersecurity eventually, especially if you want to do development security. So either development security or web app security if you're developing web apps. It's not a bad choice, especially if you're passionate about app development. But yeah, okay, so what are we talking about here? So get parameters and URLs. So this is, if you see right here in this URL, we've got what's called a URL parameter. So URL parameter. So the URL parameter portion of this particular URL is this right here. So it's everything after the main endpoint, and then the URL parameters start with our question mark over here. So it's a question mark to start the parameters, and then you've got your value, your key, your parameter key, and your value. So something equals something. So parameter, like URL parameters are very commonly used in search engines. Coding team says, I have a friend who lives in DC who completed a boot camp as in SDET, an 8-month course, and then got a job. I'd say if they guarantee a job after you complete the boot camp, then it's worth it. But if they don't guarantee you a job and it's really, really expensive, I'd be very hesitant about that. Luffy, Sufi, hello, nice to see you here. And Coding team says, because of the job market, what type of IT field is in more demand at this moment? Is it front end, back end, Java, SDET? I mean, some other people in the chat might be more qualified to answer this question than I am. I'm not super up to date on the needs of the job market right now. So we're talking about URL parameters. You can find them very often even in like Google. So if you go to google.com and you search for something like adorable kittens, then you'll see inside of the Google search here, you've got some URL parameters. So search client equals Firefox. Well, I mean, this isn't really what we really want to point out here is that inside of the search, Q equals adorable plus kittens. This is what is returned to us when we search for these terms. Okay, so let's see. What is a model? It says I got offers for Java. Let's see, R&D of AI agents. Lots of legacy Java out there. Pass me these offers if remote is available. Thank you. Java, I mean, there's so many applications written in Java back in the day, and they're all still working out there. Well, a lot of them are, and I guess it really makes sense to be able to code in languages that people used to use, like Java. All right, so what are we doing here? So URL parameters, and we're talking about file uploads. You got reverse shells. Reverse shell listener is putting it all together. What string of text needs to be added to the URL to get access to the upload page? I think I've done this relatively recently. Hold on. Let me see if I can get like a... Maybe I should move on to the next advent of cyber. Maybe the one from 2021. Okay. Sorry, everybody. So, we're just going over some old Advent stuff. I think I might have covered that exact room like a week ago. Okay, Christmas blackout. Let's try this one then. So this is task number 8 for Advent of Cyber 3. And let's go ahead and start this off. So Advent of Cyber 3, let's start the machine. And what are we doing? So this is content discovery, why it's useful. So I think what we're doing here is we're doing some directory busting. Okay, so we got a word list. We're going to be doing some... Are we doing fuzzing or brute force attacks? Okay, let's figure out what they want us to do. So it says, using a common word list for discovering content, enumerate the machine to find a location of the administrator dashboard. What is the name of the folder? Okay, so we're still doing web app stuff, but this time we're going to be doing some directory busting. So after the server finishes loading up, we can go ahead and do that. So we're just going to go back up to the top here. We've got our IP address here. Okay, so we'll access the page from here, and it looks like there's some sort of email service. So an email solution built for you with over 1,000 downloads. Okay, we can register for an account, we can log in, and but the question is looking for like an admin endpoint. So we can copy this. Then we can use a common tool for web app enumeration. Web app enumeration. That's how you spell it, of course. Okay, so Rupankar asks, will you be doing Advent of Cyber 25 at this time every day? I won't be here every day, but I'll be streaming on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Next week, I'm gonna have to take Wednesday off, unfortunately. But we will be covering all the stuff that we missed on Friday, and we'll cover all the rooms that we didn't do over there. So we can run GoBuster in directory busting mode. This URL here, the word list, we can give user share word list dirbuster directory lists 2.3 medium. So this is a pretty typical GoBuster command that we can use to scan for endpoints. So there's actually one more thing we need to include. We need to include some file extensions to check for. So we can check for HTML, PHP, JavaScript, zip, back, TXT files, all this good stuff. So when we run the tool, it's going to check against this really, really big word list over here, and it's going to see if it can find any endpoints on the website. So does this directory exist? Does this file exist? All that other good stuff. So we see immediately that there's an admin directory, so this is probably what we're looking for here. So that's going to be the answer for the first question. Let's go ahead and do that. So the TryHackMe page. Okay, so let's just go down here. So using a common word list for discovering content, enumerate the website, and then find the location of the administrator dashboard. What is the name of the folder? So the name of the folder is just admin. Oh, they don't want the slash. Okay, so in your web browser, try some default credentials on the newly discovered login form for administrator. What is the password? So it's asking us to do default credential attacks. So in the web application, we're going to go to the admin endpoint. Then we're going to try a couple of default credentials. So maybe admin. So why didn't you continue the previous AOC? I covered the previous AOC last week, and yeah, I didn't recognize that I'd done the exact same exercises. So this is invalid username or password. So admin password. Let's see. Let's hope the owner has changed these default credentials. So another thing we could do is we could do like a very light brute force attack on this page. And we would do that through like Burp Suite. So while I'm booting up Burp Suite, let's take a look at what's happening in here. So administrator password 123, administrator let me in. So it's probably going to be one of these. Let's give this a try. Administrator password 123. Administrator. You have successfully logged in. The administrator password was administrator. You stopped at 7 or 8, no? I think I think we can. I mean, we can just do this one instead. It should be okay. And what we're trying to do is we're just trying to get in the spirit of doing all these exercises as fast as we can. Okay, so what is the password? Administrator. Okay, and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Arif A, thank you. The username is administrator. Yeah, I realized that just now. Access the admin panel. What is the value of the flag? Okay, let's go back. What is the value of the flag? Okay, and then welcome admin, select the user's profile below. We've got our flag, THM admin access. So we can go back and answer that question. Source code for this page. Hold on. I don't think this... Okay. Interesting. Interesting. They actually supply the PHP code. This is a little bit unusual. So they've got a MySQLi query, select star from user, where username equals username and password equals password. So this is pretty typical of a SQL query that logs people in. I wonder if this was vulnerable to SQL injection. But we got more challenges to do. All right, let's move on to day number 4. Okay, day 4. So before we do day 4, we need to stop our previous machine. Where is it? Here, terminate it. Okay, then we go back to day number 4 and we'll start this machine. So more web app stuff. Okay, so I mean we could swap over to like another task that is not doing web app stuff, because we don't always need to do web app stuff. How about we do day number 11 instead? So we'll just skip over to day number 11 because I don't want to do too many of these web app challenges all in a row. How about we do a networking one instead? So we'll do day number 11. Special by John Hammond. If anybody doesn't know who John Hammond is one of the most famous cybersecurity channels on YouTube. John Hammond Cybersecurity. Task number 13 is good. Okay, so if you're wondering, he does a lot of task number 13 is good. Try it out. Yeah, I could, sure. Okay, let's go back. Task 13. 13 is special by John Hammond. You really want to you really want to see John Hammond, huh? Okay, sure. Hold on. We'll make this detour especially for Mr. Hassam. What is a model says he does a lot of yapping. He does a lot of yapping. John, well, I mean, I guess it's fine. Okay, so start the machine. Huh, that's weird. Why does it open up in split view? Some people just want to see the world burn. Unarmed Maestro, hello, nice to see you here. I mean, I think John Hammond is an okay guy. This does seem pretty special, huh? John Hammond actually did a really interesting video on Twitch hacking. So let me get it. So this one right here, hacking Twitch chat. So this is a vulnerability in one of the chat bots. I'll get the link for you, for everybody if you want to check it out. So basically, the gist of it is that there's a vulnerability in the Stream Elements chatbot, which you can use to run chatbot commands. You can run the chatbot commands despite not having access. So it's kind of like a broken access control kind of vulnerability. Of course, I don't have Stream Elements bot on my stream, so it doesn't affect me. Okay, so this is taking a while. What is a model says its intended behavior? Yeah, the repeat me command, kind of. So you can pass user input and use it. You can pass user input and use it as what was it? User input into input for other bots or other commands, I think. Ronan says I got banned from a Twitch channel for trying one of the commands from the video. I mean, I guess you would. I guess you would. The two user argument, I'm not completely sure. Why are we using a Windows machine here? What do they want us to do? Oh, interesting. Okay, so start the attached Windows analysis machine and find the transcription logs in the Santa's laptop logs folder on the desktop. Okay, let's do that. Hassan, hello, nice to see you here. Hassan, I know I can't pronounce that name. I'm sorry, but Hassan, hello, nice to see you here. It's a special by JH, of course. Okay, so we need to nope. So what do we want to do? So each transcription log is a simple plain text file that you can open in the editor of your choice. While the file names are random, you can get an idea as to which log comes first by looking at the date modified or date created attributes, or the timestamps just below the file extension. Okay, so the dates modified, if we ordered them by date modified, then this would be the first one. Open the first transcription log. You can see the commands and the output for everything that was ran within PowerShell, like who am I and system info. Let's do that. Fluffy, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we got our transcript for PowerShell. Okay, so we ran the who am I command and system info command. What operating system is Santa's laptop running OS name? So the OS name is Microsoft Windows 11 Pro. Microsoft Windows 11 Pro. Ronan says, "Don't know. I didn't see the full video, but I think he said that Twitch said its intended functionality." Yeah. Are you running Windows inside virtual machine? No, the Windows is the local host for me. I'm running Kali Linux on top of Windows, and inside my Kali Linux machine there is a web accessible version of Windows 11, I think. Review each transcription log to get an idea for what activity was performed on the laptop after it went missing. In the second transcription log, it seems like the perpetrator created a backdoor user account. Okay, let's give it a shot. Guybrush, hello, nice to see you here. Toad Man Hack the Planet, recursing OS. It's just OS's on top of OS's on top of OS's over here. But hack the planet, Guybrush.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so the second transcript over here, we're supposed to answer this question. What was the password set for the new backdoor account? So let's go here. So net user, net local group administrators, Santa. Net local group administrators, Santa. So is add. So This creates the user, net local groups administrator Santa, add. It adds a Santa user, right? And then we need to change the password. Search for the word add. So what was the password set to? Net local group administrator Santa add. What was the previous command? Can't add it to a group if it doesn't exist. It would have showed up before that. Okay, I gotta start my music back up. Just a second, everybody. How about some XCOM? It's music that is actually wait, Cyberpunk has some really good background music. Okay, so the attackers used PowerShell commands like net user add, user password to add the users. Is that it above? Let's see if I can make this slightly smaller. Yeah, I can. Oh, that's a little too small. Still a bit small. Okay, so we're looking for the password. Run as Laptop Santa. I don't see a password. Maybe it's in the next file. One Santa with a 4, right. The above command, the command above is adding the user to the local group, not creating it, so search for the add word to get the commands. Second line says, so it's on the top. Open that folder in command. Which one? Open that folder in the CMD. Okay, so we can open up the command prompt here. CMD. This is really laggy. We're just going to open up a little command prompt. Okay, find string I net user. Don't think it's a good idea to open any files in CMD. That's, well, yeah, the command prompt in Windows is not super, it's not super useful. Okay, so this would be in like the desktop directory, right? Desktop. CD the dir. Okay, so it's we're looking for Santa's laptop logs. CD Santa's laptop logs. And we're looking at the I think we're looking for the find string, right? Find string -I net user. I guess the other way, find string, a lot of run as. Okay, I mean the other way we could do this is we could just search inside of these files. So we can go and edit find net user. Cannot find net user. Wander, hello, nice to see you here. Just open the document and do Control F. Yeah, so Control F, net user wasn't found. Just user? Finds that. Ooh, it's a bit cramped. Open the previous file. You're overcomplicating this. Yeah, probably. Okay, so review each transcription log to get an idea for what activity was. In the second transcription log, it seems like the perpetrator created a backdoor account. What was the password set for the new backdoor account? So the second file is this one. Let's go through this line by line to make sure we're not missing anything. Oh, here it is. Net user Santa Grinch stole Christmas. Grinch stole Christmas. Okay, done. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. In one of the transcription logs, the bad actor interacts with the target under the new backdoor user account and then copies a unique file to the desktop. Before it is copied to the desktop, what is the full path of the original file? So this is probably in the next log. It's probably in the next log, because I don't see any really big file paths in this script, the transcript. Okay, listen everybody, we all have, our way of going about doing these tasks. We don't need to argue in the chat, thank you. Okay, so we're looking for a full path of an original file. We're looking for something that's copied to the desktop. So let's take a look. Copy, okay, so copy C. Yeah, I think we can just grab this. This is awful cramped. Thank you very much, Guy Muller Style. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so it's going to be user class dat, right? Let's grab it. Everybody, hey, let's stop arguing in the chat. Thank you. Which Advent is this? This is Advent Advent of Cyber 3. I think it's from 2022 or so. But here's the link. Thank you very much, Raul, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, so the next question is, the actor uses a living off the land binary, or a lol bin, to encode this file and verifies it succeeded by viewing the output file. What is the name of this lol bin? Okay. So the person encodes the file. I think we're talking about certutil, but I'm almost certain it's going to be certutil to encode this thing. Yeah, so this one is certutil.exe. It can be used to encode stuff into base64. Certutil. It can also be used for downloading files. It's a pretty nice little utility. Lolbin lolbin.exe. All right. So the userClass.dat file was encoded with base64. Okay. This is a lot more technical than some of the other tasks, for sure. Okay, so read the above and open the shellbags explorer.exe application. Yeah, let's do that. Shellbags Explorer. Thank you very much, Rodney Foster, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so we opened it up. Did it start? It could be that the system is really laggy. I could have sworn I clicked on the thing. Luffy Sufi, thank you. Everybody, let's not insult each other in the chat. Thank you. Let's just all get along, okay? All right. How was Turkey Day? Turkey Day was okay. I mean, I live in Canada, so we did Turkey Day a lot earlier than our American cousins. Okay, Shellbags Explorer. What are we supposed to do? File, load offline Hive. File. Load offline Hive. Navigate to the location where you save the decoded user class.dat. Is that in desktop? Did I... Hold on. Use the top... Okay. Navigate to the location where you save the decoded user class.dat. So we need to... I need to go and take a look at where it was saved to. Just a second. Okay, so where was the thing saved to? So user Santa desktop. So is it in there? This PC, C drive, users. Wait. Users Santa desk. Oh, I mean, it's not on this. It's not on this. It's not on this system. Okay, so to extract the shellbags information within this file, you should decode the command and then save it to a file. Decode the command, save it to a file. So, I mean, we can run the same command, right? So Santa.dat is actually userClass.dat. Begin certificate. Okay, so I mean, we could probably just copy all this. Sure seems like a lot of stuff. It'd be nice if I could just... Hold on. Dang, this is big. Holy. You can also use CyberChef. I mean, I guess we could. What is that? Well, this encryption, this is... It should be base64 encryption. Thank you very much, Stanford Mings. Hello, nice to see you here. Thank you very much for your subscription on YouTube. Okay, so if we got this, we can create a something called santa.dat or something. Let's just save it here. New text document. Santa.dat. And just paste this in. How do you copy it so fast? I don't know, I just scroll down to the bottom. But actually, we probably need to change this up, because this is interpreted as a text file right now. We need to go over to the desktop, and I think there's an option. So let's see, the option is going to be something about extensions, right? So show extensions. Wait, where's the option to hidden folders, hidden. Where's the one where you can change extensions? It's B64, you don't have to create a new file yet. Don't we though? Hold on. So share view home. Okay, I think maybe properties? No. I'm in the right place. I've done this on my own Windows system before. Is it options? Show hide. File name extensions. Here we go. Okay, so we can change this. So we'll change it from txt. We'll call this, I don't know, B64. Okay, and then we need to unencode it. Okay, so what is the certutil command that changes something from base64 into... The problem is that this isn't necessarily what we want either. So we got SATA at B64, but if we... It's not just base64, it's got this extra stuff at the end as well. Wow, I didn't know it was this long. Certutil decode, need an output argument. Certutil decode. Is this Mr. Robot level hacking? I wouldn't say it's Mr. Robot level hacking. Output user.dat. Yeah, the base64 is not clean. So that's expected no more than 2 arguments, received 3. Too many arguments. Okay. Let's just call this user.dat. Okay, certutil decode command completed successfully. So, I mean, if this... What year of Advent of Cyber is it? I'm not completely sure which year it is. I think it's 2023. This is the link. Okay, and then we can go back in here and try to open the file. So file load offline Hive, and it should be in the desktop directory. This one. And if it worked, then we should see some stuff. Okay, it worked. It worked. Awesome. That worked. Thank you. Okay, so to extract the shellbag's information within this file, you use the shellbag explorer. Okay, we did that. And oh, you know what we haven't done? We haven't set up our timer. So we'll go for another hour or so. So under the desktop folder, there seems to be a suspicious folder named Santa Rat. Could this be a remote access Trojan? Unfortunately, just from shellbags alone, we only have insight into folder names. And thank you very much, Javier Sanchez. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Drill down into the folders and you can find anything that might indicate how we could better track down what Santa Rat really is. What specific folder name clues us into that this might be publicly accessible software hosted on a code sharing platform. So code sharing platform makes me think that it's GitHub. Specific folder name. So let's drill down into Santa Rat. Santa Rat, oh, main. Oh, GitHub. Okay, .github. Friendly fella, hello. Sorry I didn't get to your message specifically. You said, is this Mr. Robot level hacking? It's hacking. I don't know what you would consider Mr. Robot level though. We're not hacking into nation states over here, but we are learning about some fundamentals. Okay, additionally there is a unique folder named Bag of Toys on the desktop. This must be where Santa prepares his collection of toys. What is the name of the file found in this folder? Okay, so Bag of Toys, bagoftoys.zip. Okay. Pocket Pixie, hello, nice to see you here. Classic Git says Zatam Adam Gaming. Hello, nice to see you here, Classic Git. And Pocket Pixie asks, a hacking frog. Yeah, it's a hacking hat, actually. But the frog is wearing the hat, so it kind of makes sense. Okay, track down this Santa Rat software online. It may be as simple as searching for it. So Santa Rat, we would search for something like Santa Rat plus GitHub. So this thing plus GitHub. So Grinchiest Santa Rat. Okay, and what are we supposed to answer? What is the name of the user that owns the Santa Rat repository? Okay, so the username for this is Grinchiest. That's the name of the user. Okay, let's copy that over. Blow my mind, Mr. Robot used Pegasus, right? Mr. Robot? You mean in the show? I don't think so. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Pegasus wasn't developed when the Mr. Robot show was on. I want to be the Sophia dev. Why didn't you try OpenVPN for this? Sorry, I'm not too sure what you're trying to communicate here. What do you mean by OpenVPN? Okay, let's go back and answer the question. Okay, so explore the other repositories that the user owns. What is the name of the repository that seems especially pertinent to our investigation? So we'll go back to Grinchiest and see if they have other repositories. So they got Santa Rat, they've got Operation Bag of Toys, and they've got Santa Rat template. So I'm pretty sure we're supposed to be checking this out. Operation Bag of Toys. We'll go back and paste in the answer. Okay, so read the information presented in the repository. It seems as if the actor has, in fact, compromised and tampered with Santa's bag of toys. You can review the activity in the transcription logs. It looks as if the actor installed a special utility to collect and eventually exfiltrate the bag of toys. What is the name of the executable that installed a unique utility the actor used to collect the bag of toys? Minimalist Doctor, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so we have to look back at the logs again, which are over here. Okay, let's look at the second to last log. So we're looking for some sort of executable. uhark command install.exe. I mean, could that be it? uhark command install.exe. That's it? Okay, great. Let's move on to the next question. So in the last transcription log, you can see the activity that the actor used to tamper with Santa's bag of toys. Oh, okay, a UHA archive. Following this, the actor seems to have removed everything from the bag of toys and added in new things like coal, mold, worms, and more. What are the contents of these malicious files? What are the contents of these malicious files? Okay, so we need to look in the last transcript log. So let's do that. Cypher asks, are the Restream bots that you installed, are they bots that they installed? These are bots that are part of the Ustream service. So I'm using a service for restreaming called restream.io, and they've got the integrated chat as one of their features. Okay, so where's that last file? Just a second, everybody. Okay, so Santa's laptop logs. Last file here. Okay, so we're looking for the contents of these files, right? What are the contents of these malicious files? Coal, mold, and the others. So they're just the word Grinchmas, right? Grinchmas. Okay. We know that the actor seemingly collected the original bag of toys. Review the actor's repository for its planned operations. Maybe in the commit messages, we can find the original archive and password. I mean, GitHub sure is useful, but I don't know if you'd be really wise to use it to keep track of your malware activities. But sure, let's take a look. So let's see. This is Operation what? Operation Bag of Toys, and we want to take a look at the commit messages. Okay, so where do we find those? Okay, well, if somebody has GitHub view commit messages. Viewing the full commit history on the repository's main page, locate and click on the commits link or button, typically found above the file list near the branch selector, so near the top. Arrow above the files. This one? No. This one? This is branches. This is tags. Click on the commits link or button. So there should be a button that's called commits. On the right. On the right. Commits. Okay, I see it. Okay. Let's take a look. Let's see. I guess we can click into each one of these. Planning for operation. Stole Santa's bag of toys. Okay, we got a password. So the password is the Grinchiest Grinch of all. So I'll just copy this. Just click them. Yep. Okay, go back. So the password is this. Okay. Oh man, this piece just keeps on going, huh? Was able to download and save a copy of bagoftoys.uha archive. Great. You should have it accessible on the desktop of the Windows Analysis machine. So bagoftoys.uha. Okay, I see it. Double click on the archive to open a graphical UHA-RC extraction utility. The archive is encrypted. Please enter the password. Okay, so the password is this thing. The Grinchiest Grinch mess. Oops. The Grinchiest Grinchmas of all. Okay, so how many original files were present in Santa's bag of toys? So how many files? So files 228. Wow, that took a long time. Click them all to learn more about. Click them all to learn more about all these buttons. Of course. Okay, I think we're done. We're done with this day. That was a long one, but definitely some stuff that we haven't seen before, or at least I haven't really interacted with. It was really special from John Hammond. Yeah, he's a really special guy. Okay, let's terminate this machine. We'll move on to another task. So we've got 47 minutes left. So we can do some blue teaming. We can do some OSINT, cyber careers, networking stuff. We were originally going to do day number 11, so let's go back to day number 11 and give that a shot. Cloud stuff? Ooh, yeah, you know what? I don't get too much of an opportunity to do cloud stuff. Let's try this one, day number 17. Okay, so is there a machine? It doesn't look like there's a machine to use here. What do they want us to do? Do they want us to... Oh. I think we need to use some commands. There's and communicate with the cloud. Hold on. Yeah, there's no machine we need to start in this one. Okay, let's go back. So the challenge, somehow Grinch has managed to get a hold of all the elves' names and email addresses. Given the scope of the breach, McSkitty believes that somebody in HR must have been involved. You know that HR didn't request any infrastructure from the IT to deploy the portal site. Okay. What is the name of the S3 bucket used to host the HR website announcement? Ooh, man, this is kind of involved as well. So an Amazon ARN is the way of generating a unique identifier for all the resources in AWS Cloud. So let's see. Are we given credentials? I mean, typically in these rooms, they give you like a walkthrough, maybe some commands or something. But in this case, I'm not too sure. So S3 buckets. Yeah. So if we want to complete this exercise, we have to get some information to access the Amazon cloud. So we're supposed to get an S3 bucket. I think there's something I'm missing here. Does the other task have a cloud instance? Maybe. Okay, so if you're on the TryHackMe free plan, the attack box does not have the internet access and cannot reach the AWS. You will need to install curl and the AWS CLI on your own machine to complete this challenge. Instructions for installing the AWS CLI are here. I mean, Your target will be an AWS account and some resources hosted by TryHackMe. Okay. Let's go back. So AWS CLI. I'm not sure if I have it installed on this machine or not. AWS CLI? No. Instructions for installing the AWS CLI are here. Okay, let's see if we can get started on this. I mean, if this exercise actually lets us interact with AWS buckets, that would be really, really cool. Okay, so Linux. So maybe sudo apt install. To install the AWS CLI, run the following commands. So curl this thing, and then unzip the thing, and then run the install. Okay, I mean, it seems simple enough. So first of all, I probably want to become the root user to do this. And then curl this down. And then after that, thank you very much. What's an AWS bucket, or what AWS bucket are we talking about? Bitzilla, hello, nice to see you here. And BitCloak, hello, nice to see you here. And thank you very much for subscribing, Alex. Alex K. Alex K, hey, what is up? What is up? Okay, so then we unzip the thing, sure. Unzip AWS stuff. Ooh, that's a lot of files. sudo.aws/install. Okay. Well, I mean, we don't need to sudo because we are root. Okay, and thank you very much for subscribing, MediCal50. Thank you. And Shrey Edits says, love him in India. Hello, nice to see you here, and welcome from India. Well, welcome, person from India. Yes, welcome, welcome. I'm in Canada myself. I actually live in a city with a very large Indian population. But welcome on in. You can now run user local bin AWS version. User local. Lo-Fi Orbiter says, from Toronto, how are you? And this is the old Advent, right? Yeah, this is an older Advent one. This one is actually pretty good. So the stuff from this Advent, the the advents from 2023 and 2022, they're pretty good. Last year's wasn't my favorite, but it was a lot of good stuff. Okay, so we can run AWS. So AWS CLI not found. Okay, so let's go back. Guided installation steps. I mean, we've done this stuff already, right? So the name of the thing is just called AWS, right? Ah, okay. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, let's go back to our regular user. Whoops. Okay, so we're supposed to be looking for So getting started, today's learning objective. So we've already installed the AWS CLI, and now what we need to do is we need to check out the buckets. So the problem is they don't tell us the buckets. We'll show you how to get started with AWS CLI and then describe how to discover public S3 buckets. Look at what's inside. Okay, well, I guess we're just gonna have to do some reading. Okay, there's all this stuff. AWS divides its infrastructure into regions. With each region are availability zones. Because the regions are independent, you'll get different answers to questions depending on which region you are querying. Okay, so the S3 bucket. Ah, okay. AWS buckets use a global namespace. Only one AWS customer can create a bucket named Best Festival Company Images. I think this is what we're looking for. Blackout for 10 days. Hello, nice to see you here. Medical says the official AWS CLI docs are amazing and more detailed. So, discovering bucket names. There are many ways to discover the names of buckets. Yeah, I mean, I used to do stuff like this a couple of years ago. So maybe like 3 years ago, I was learning a lot about doing cloud pen testing like this, but it's been a long time. So these files will look like this, or s3.amazon bucket name file.extension. It is easy to identify the name of the S3 bucket. Listing contents of buckets. Many buckets contain public information that allow you to list the contents of the bucket. In your attack box, try running this command. So this massive pile of XML is a list of all the IRS forms, okay? Downloading objects. Different levels of Amazon S3 authentication. Okay, so let's just Google an answer. AWS CLI. Get some S3 bucket names. Can you explain the previous part again? Well, I mean, we can use the AWS CLI to... This is the simplest way to list all S3 buckets in your account. So we're trying to find out about the different S3 buckets that are being used for this particular cloud server. Bucket discovery. So AWS S3 API list buckets. Query output text. buckets.name. Query buckets.name. This command will output only the names of your S3 buckets. We're looking for S3 buckets associated with another domain though. So we know that this Best Festival Company Images is the bucket. Oh, this is the name of the bucket. Okay. So HTTP. Maybe we can just plug this into HTTP. Hold on. Well, let's give it a try. So the bucket name is Best Festival Company Image something something. This one. Okay, so the XML file does not have any style association. Great. So max keys 1000 is truncated false. Key rickroll rickroll.gif. Okay. So is the only thing in here rickroll.gif? That would be very disappointing. Let's see. S3 API is more convenient. So we know the name of the bucket here. Try accessing it. Okay, so let's go back. So discovering bucket names. I mean, we could probably access the rickroll.gif over here. Just copy that and then paste it onto the end. There you go. There's our guy. He's having a good old time. So apparently, I don't know if this is like open. I don't know if there's anything else in here. Okay, so discovering bucket names, listing contents of buckets. So we could try this. So curl, I mean curl is just going to get the same stuff. So if mentally parsing XML that contains no line breaks isn't your cup of tea, AWS CLI also provides the ability to list the contents of the bucket. And well, I mean, let's try this, but we'll sub in our S3 bucket instead, which is over here. Okay, and then hopefully this works. Okay, so this just lists off that there's rickroll.gif in here. It doesn't download it, doesn't do anything else. Local Roo, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Welcome to the stream. And you know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Mohammed Fajar, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Welcome in. Okay, so I guess the next thing we can do is the option no sign request allows you to request data from S3 without being an AWS customer. Okay, downloading objects. So I mean, I'm pretty sure we don't need to download any of this stuff because it's just rickrolling. So authenticate users, AWS IAM. When you find credentials to AWS, you can add them to your AWS profile. Trey, hello, nice to see you here. How should I learn hacking? So, I mean, for people who are not tech savvy in general, I recommend the starter pack over here. It's a bunch of YouTube playlists. The first two get you up to speed on tech topics. The third playlist is for computer networking, which is something you do a lot of when you do these technical kind of hacking exercises. And the last one is a list of some CTF exercises, which can help you learn some cybersecurity skills. Lo-Fireworder, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome in. And ZeroCalCare, thank you very much for subscribing. ZeroCalCare, alright. So conducting reconnaissance with IAM, so AWS configure profile name. When you find credentials, you can add them to your AWS profile. This command will add entries to the AWS config and AWS credentials. Once you have configured a new profile with the new access keys, try this. I don't think we really want to do this because we don't have a profile for AWS that we have associated with this. Okay. So the challenge is to do what? What is the name of the S3 bucket used to host the HR website announcement? HR website announcement. So we know about this particular bucket right here. So this bucket is Best Festival Company images.s3.amazonaws.com. So can we search for a certain like string in the list of buckets? So can we search for Best Festival Company? Thank you very much for subscribing, Derek Prescott. Thank you. Local Root asks, is what you're doing like CSS or HTML, or is it different? So I mean, we're definitely accessing some pages via HTML. We're not necessarily looking at CSS documents. I think it's related to the GIF. The size is suspiciously big. I mean, I kind of want to know, what about the other bucket? I mean, was there another bucket? We only saw one bucket. Have you tried any SQL injection? I don't think SQL injection is the way we're supposed to do this one. We're just supposed to use some commands to use the cloud. Cloretto says, good morning. Hello, nice to see you here. And the IR form. And Cloretto is from Brazil. Welcome in from Brazil. They provided along with the other one. Did they? Let me go back. So they gave us 2 buckets to look at. Well, I mean, we probably don't really want to bother too much about this IRS form stuff. I think that might have been just an example. So I know there is Best Festival Company. Search for S3 bucket. Search for S3 bucket names. Let's see if we can do that. AWS search for S3 bucket by name. What is S3 exactly? Just a repository? So it's S3 is Amazon Cloud Storage. It's it's basically a place where you can store files. You can search for an S3 bucket by its name. You can use the AWS command. So AWS S3 API list buckets. How about we search for public buckets? Search for public S3 bucket by name. Okay, within your AWS account, with the AWS CLI, to list all buckets and check their settings, buckets, list buckets query buckets dot name, output text. Searching for public buckets on the internet. So public bucket search engines and tools, websites like Grey Hat Warfare, Google Dorks. You can use specific Google search queries for finding publicly indexed S3 buckets. Okay, so cite s3.amazonaws.com in title index of something. So replace bucket name with the name or part of the name that you're searching for. This seems like some good stuff. Dorking is perfect. Is Greg here? Squidge, hello, nice to see you here. I don't know who Greg is. What's the challenge today? Just arrived. So we're doing some old Advent challenges from TryHackMe, and we're currently doing the one for S3 buckets, for Amazon stuff, cloud stuff. But the link is over here. Okay, so we're doing the dorking over here. So bucket name is Best Festival something something. Okay, nothing appeared. Did not match any documents. So how about Best Festival Company? Nothing appears. How about I just search Google for this? Best Festival Company, S3 bucket. Okay, the term Best Festival Company S3 bucket refers to an S3 bucket named images.bestfestivalcustom.com that was part of a security challenge. Are you solving the challenge for me? It's solving the it's solving the challenge for me. NPC Eugenie says, your salmon of 5+ hours stream is no joke. I should be wrapping up in about 30 minutes or so, but we're gonna try to solve as much as we can until then. Okay. Man. How do I discover this normally? So let's see. Amazon AWS S3 security cheat sheet. Sure. Let's see if this has any good stuff. This didn't tell me anything. AI, no AI, let's manually solve it. Is dorking just using the bucket's full name? I mean, there has to be some way to search for these names, right? Full name with the image. Okay, Derek Prescott says, ever heard of Sentry MBA or use any brute force? I've tried Silver Bullet, but I'm wondering if there's any new ones out there. Andre J. Bourget says, open DevTools network, refresh the page to see if there's a response. Forget dorking. Forget dorking. Let's see. Alberto Newman, remember me? I told you I'd be back. Still not that great with Python, but I'm a decent pen tester, ethical hacker. Can do lots of CTFs now and do manual networks. Awesome, awesome. Okay. Try this command in the terminal. So there has to be some sort of, if there's no like search, Amazon AWS S3 bucket search by name GitHub. There might be like a tool on GitHub. I'm not a robot. Can we move on, please? Okay, so find AWS. So this PHP tool searches for AWS S3 buckets using the given word list. I mean, this is direct matches. I don't know if this is what we're looking for. Okay, select phone book search. Create an Amazon S3 bucket and note the name of the bucket. Okay. Account search. This tool lets you find the account ID of the S3 bucket. This tool lets you find the account ID of an S3 bucket that it belongs to. You know, that's a very good point as well. If we've got if we have a bucket, how do we find the information about that particular account? Andre says, open DevTools network, refresh the page and see the response. Are we from where? So, I mean, are you talking about from here? DevTools, network tab, and then reload? I mean, this isn't stuff that we didn't know before. Right-click on the image and then select Open a New Window. Look at the URL of the image. Oh, are you talking about the Rickroll stuff? Okay, so if we go over to Rickroll GIF, and we put it in here, then we maybe from here. We can go into the web developer tools and then go to network and then reload. I mean, this is stuff we already know. Copy the link. I mean, we already knew this link. If anybody wants to take a look, it's public. Okay, so let me try asking a question about what we can do if we have the name of a bucket, or if we have the name of a bucket of S3 bucket. Can we get information about the owner? So let's try asking over here. If we have the S3 bucket address in AWS, can we get more information about the account owner or other S3 buckets the owner has? Okay. You can use study mode in GPT, study mode, because the URL contains the S3 bucket's name. Right-click the image and select Open a New Window. Look at the URL of the image. So Lo-Fi Orbiter, we already knew. We already knew about the address of the S3 bucket. But thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Nguyen Trong Kai? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but welcome in. Thank you. osint.sh/buckets. Cosmic Struggle. Hello, nice to see you here. Is that osint.sh buckets? Is this a common tool? Osint. Let me try another tab just in case it, isn't fun. osint.sh/buckets. Public buckets. Oh, cool. So this is a thing. Hold on. So osint.sh, find public buckets on Amazon S3 and Azure Blob by a keyword. So the keyword here is, did you utilize any other LLMs? I use ChatGPT and I use Claude for the most part. But I think we want to get What is the name of this thing? So best festival company. We'll try looking for this. No result. So we can search by extension or by keyword. How about we separate this? Wasn't able to find anything. Festival. I was able to find something. Wait, what about... So best festival company didn't find anything? No, nothing, no results. Okay. So Roden asks, S3 folders are just prefixes. A non-recursive list won't show objects hiding under deeper paths. Huh. Maybe the image part. Best festival company image. Yeah, I mean, we can try the whole thing. I was just trying to find something. It wasn't able to find best festival company image either. The AWS, does AWS have a command for a recursive list? I think, well, let's see what the AI has to say. What you can learn from an S3 bucket URL, whether the bucket exists. AWS behaves differently for doesn't exist versus exists but forbidden. Okay, the bucket's region. So you can probe this. AWS returns region-specific error messages that reveal the correct region. Whether the bucket is public. If public, you get an XML listing. If private, you get an error message. If objects are public or guessable, you can brute check likely image file paths such as this. What you cannot get. Identify the AWS account ID. So you can't identify anything here. Why is this restricted? Misconfigurations. So let's take a closer look. Okay, what about looking at that Rickroll GIF? So the Rickroll GIF, I mean, I can give everybody the address of this thing. There was a favicon. This is an XML file. But this was not found. The favicon file doesn't exist. Okay, if we just go back to up to the top, we get an E tag. We don't really get any real information here. I don't think the E tag has any information to tell us either. But let's go back to the task and see if it'll tell us what the answer is. So what is the name of the S3 bucket used to host the new HR website announcement? Are we supposed to guess? I'm not sure. AWS S3 LS bucket name recursive no sign request. I think we did something very similar previously. Yeah, this. So no sign request, S3 no sign requests, and recursive. Do steganography on the image. I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're supposed to be doing any other security techniques on this stuff. We're just supposed to be interacting with it, interacting with the CLI directly. But Trey, thank you very much for the suggestion. Thank you. Okay, so S3 LS, AWS S3 help. No, it doesn't show us what the help is. Okay. AWS help, AWS command help. So AWS S3 help. Okay, so single local file S3 object operations. We can copy, we can move, we can remove. So we can sync. We can MBRB, which means what? We can LS. Okay, low-fi orbiter says. Lo-fi orbiter says. The URL contains the S3 bucket's name. Okay. Wait, was there a different name? Hold on. So best festival company images, right? And then there's a rickroll.gif. We copy that. We go to Lo-fi orbiter said something about the URL contains the S3 bucket's name. So this is best festival company images. The link to the image in the THM in the on the TryHackMe page. Oh, okay. Here's the HR image announced in the news site. Okay, wow. I don't know how I missed that. Let's take a look at this in a new tab. Images.bestfestivalcompany.com's flyer.png. Okay, so let's do. Thanks, guys. Thanks. That's I feel really dumb. Oh well. So let's do the query for this. So ls for for this thing. Images.bestfestivalcompany.com. An error occurred, access denied while calling lists. So, okay, we can't do this. We can't do no sign request. It gives us access denied. So we need to find some other way to do this. What happens if we manually navigate to this page? S3, yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, so I mean it's the same thing. Let's see if I can just do a direct. Okay, so this works. So I mean, I'm not too sure why this works, but the other thing didn't. I'm trying to figure that out. Okay, so we'll try. We'll try it like this. Bucket name must match the regex. Match the regex, really? Huh. Adele, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, well, I mean, it works if we do it like this, but I'm not sure why the CLS command didn't work. So I mean, we've got these different files here. Can we download these? It's automatically the bucket name. Automatically the bucket name. Okay, so what are they asking of us here? What is the name of the S3 bucket used to host the HR website announcement? So that is this, no, not this one. This one here. Images.bestfestivalcompany.com. Okay. All right, what is the message left in the flag.txt object from that bucket? Flag.txt bucket. You know what? I think this is a good example if I wanted to do a lot more exploration, or maybe, you know, potentially, you know, start teaching people how to access AWS stuff. But first of all, what's flag.txt? There it is. Okay, it's easy to get your elves data when you leave it so easy to find. Awesome. Okay, back here. What's the other file in the bucket that looks interesting to you? What is the AWS access key in that file? Access key ID, that's funny. So I mean, I've come across a couple of applications when I was testing applications where the access key was exposed during file transfer. And that was a really big no-no. Okay, so what other file in the bucket looks interesting to you? Let's go back. wp-backup.zip. I'm guessing this is it. You should do s3//bucket name. Okay, so Ronan, let's see if this works out. Thank you. Ville C123. Hello, nice to see you. Okay. Okay, so S3LS recursive no send request. Oh, okay. I think it might have been because I left the trailing slash. No, the trailing slash is still okay. What was wrong with my? Let me. I need to check. Oh, okay. I just need to leave off the Amazon AWS.com here. Lesson learned. Thank you. Okay, let's. We're looking for what? What is the AWS access key file, key ID in that file? I guess we're taking a look at wp-backup.zip. So wp-backup.zip, we should be able to download it, right? wp-backup.zip. Yeah, that downloads the file. So I guess we can go in and we can go into our downloads directory and unzip the thing. Actually, let's make a directory for this thing. Oh boy, what are we supposed to be looking for in here? We're supposed to be looking for a key, right? What is the AWS access key file, key ID in that file? So we might be able to grep for AWS. This is a directory. Well, let's do it recursive then. Okay. Curl it. Thank you very much for subscribing, Zuvasoup. Zuvasoup, thank you. AKIA. Rodney, let's see what was extracted. Use LS. Rodney Amondi, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Okay, so we want specifically AWS maybe. Thank you very much. Saul Flores, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so we're looking for the word, maybe we're looking for the word key. Key. Oh, okay, so the word key is pretty common, so maybe we're looking for AWS key. Actually, what does an AWS key look like? So if we know what the format is for an access key ID, then we can probably more easily find it. Ayush is streaming. Hello, nice to see you here. How to become a cybersecurity expert. The first thing you want to do is figure out which specialization you want to do in cybersecurity, because there's a lot of them. But if you want to do like a technical role, why don't you start with the starter pack over here? Okay, so AWS key ID example. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, everybody who was trying to let us know. Try grepping Akia. So Akia is the... I saw Akia and I was like, what? What is Akia? Thank you. Thank you for letting me know that Akia is the pattern we want to look for. Okay, we found it. We found it. Thank you very much, Bayman, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. AWS key, it looks like a bunch of alphabets. This is amazing. You deserve all the support. Thank you very much, Bayman. Thank you. Okay, so this is the key value here. We're just going to copy it, and then we can submit this as the answer. So, I mean, listen, everybody. If you want to be a very hireable person in cybersecurity, learn how to do security testing against AWS. So learn how to do like S3 bucket enumeration and looking for how the integration is between AWS servers and web apps is done. You will find it much easier to get a job, because people are looking for this kind of stuff all over the place. Okay, let's go back. Okay, this is it. What AWS account ID is the access key for? How are we supposed to figure that out? So wp-config.php, I guess we can just take a look at this. Nano into this, and maybe it'll tell us. Do you play CTFs, Jeopardy ones from CTF time? I do CTF stuff. Most of the stuff that I do isn't on CTF time, because... So the bucket is here, the key is here, the secret is here, the region is here. But the CTF stuff that I do is mostly not on CTF time, because I do stuff that's evergreen. There is some evergreen stuff on CTF time, but not as much. Most of the stuff is stuff that ends after 3 days or like 2 weeks or something. So we're looking for the AWS account ID. So what is the username for that access key? Okay, so can we search by the access key ID? Okay, let's... Prashank, hello, nice to see you here. Is CTF for free? Please reply. Yeah, I mean, all the stuff that I cover, these are all free materials. So if you want to take a look at the stuff that we're doing right now, it's over here. Okay, so if we've got this AWS Access Key ID, if we have a key ID, how can we discover which account is associated with it? So many helpful resources. I hope so. Most of them are like that. I've been doing doing them for a while and switching over to bug bounty programs. Have you ever tried that? No, I've never done bug bounty stuff. I've never done bug bounty stuff before. Okay, the key appears in AWS format. The first 4 characters identify the key type. It does not reveal this stuff. Okay, there's no public endpoint where you can look up an access key ID. What can be determined? The key format, whether the key is valid, what you cannot discover. Okay, so I guess the only other way that we could discover this stuff is just look inside of what AWS account ID does that access key work for? What is the username for that access key? So I'm assuming that this is it. bestfestivalcompany.com or something else. There is an E2 instance under this account. Under the tags, what is the name of this instance? What is the database password stored in the secrets manager? I mean, it seems like we've got a lot more stuff to discover here. But everybody, I don't think I'll be able to do too much more of this stuff because I've got to go offline pretty soon. But you know what? Let's talk about what we're going to be doing next week. So let's see. So we generally publish our schedules over at the HackerFrogs subreddit over here. We do Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, but next week we're going to be taking Wednesday off. So we're just going to be doing Mondays and Fridays next week. Let's see. We're going to be doing more Linux stuff on Mondays, and on Monday we're going to be starting with the real TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event. 4 more questions. 4 more questions. Yeah, but I have to I have to get going. But you know what? Before we go, let's find somebody else from the InfoSec community who might be online streaming right now. So this is the website that you would go to if you want to learn about more people who do InfoSec and do live streaming. So I'm the only one online right now. But let's see if anybody else is on Twitch. Let me go ahead and give that a try. Okay, remember you got the S3 upload section that you got. You can use the AWS configure profile depending on your profile name, and you will be able to find the account ID. Really? Wow, Lo-Fi Orbiter, you must have done quite a bit of AWS testing before. Let me know if that's the case. But thank you very much for that advice. Okay, so it looks like, oh, Snow. My friend Snow X Cones is streaming right now. Let's raid into her. Hold on. Okay, let's see what she's doing. Lo-Fi Day says, I completed all the advents. I mean, they're really great events. They're really good. They introduce you to a lot of great stuff. But Lo-Fi Orbiter, thank you very much for your help today. And yeah, Hassam and Ronan and everybody else who was given good advice, thank you very much. Let's see what she's doing. SnowX Cones, happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Okay. And let's just see what she's up to. Link for Snow? Yeah. So I will give you the link. So she does she does some coding, and she also does a lot of talking. She works for a startup right now. She used to work for Microsoft. When you visit the stream, give this message over here: OSFrog hip hop hack OSFrog. I would really appreciate it. Let's start the raid. We'll be back on Monday. I hope everybody has a great weekend, and hope to see you on Monday for the first day of Advent of Cyber. Snow X Cone. Okay, but thank you very much to everybody who subscribed today. So much warm love and support. Thank you very much. All right, HackerFrogs ready to raid? Raiding in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.